Sunbet Global Concept Limited, choice for quality cocoa beans.
Every cocoa bean is a hidden story of families, sacrifice, and too often of children denied their right to childhood. But in Akure, we found a different story unfolding. One where women rise as community leaders, where farmers say no to child labor and yes to education, where clean water opens doors to dignity. Sunbef, we believe that when communities lead, change becomes unstoppable. This is the story. This is our shared journey towards a better future.
As I take no some bet, na through my husband because say the one make dem wan see woman, help woman. Time I go earlier feed dem train us for meat, fish roll, donut, chim chim. Dem teach us how dey sef dey sunbet try all the food dey chop for there na sunbet na im give us. All the money transport going and come back na sunbet na im give us. Adébọ̀jọ́ tó kọ́ wọn, a dẹ̀ máa lò fún àwọn náà ló produce àwọn náà fún wa. Kò sí èyí tá fowó rà ńbẹ̀. Gbogbo nǹkan tá a need ló supply wa, kò sí nǹkan kan tá fowó rà nínú ẹ̀. So owó yẹn láti ìgbà yẹn dẹ̀ wà lọ́wọ́ mi tí mo fi ń ra flour.
Ìgbà tá tí ìlú mi táǹkì wa yìí tẹ́ àwọn Sunbet tí fún wa lómi, a sọ́fà omi níbí o. Ọ̀nà omi wa dẹ̀ jìnnà láti lọ pọnmi. Dẹ̀ dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Ọlọ́run pé omi náà ó dùn.
Every year gives moments we plan for and moments that surprise us. But above all, every year gives us reasons to be grateful. In 2025, we expanded our reach and deepened our impact. 14 new retail stations were launched across the nation, each one representing growth, opportunity, and our commitment to service. We took our place in important conversations shaping the future of energy. At the Intra-African Trade Fair, Mrs. Azin Ney represented us, sharing insights through her interview. At NIES 2025, our managing director joined other women leaders in the energy sector as a guest panelist. At OTL 2025, our group managing director addressed trade and infrastructure bottlenecks in Nigeria's downstream energy sector. And at African Energy Week 2025, our Southern Africa team carried our story beyond borders. Beyond our business milestones, we remained committed to people and purpose. On International Women's Day, we visited Home Science Academy, where our female employees spoke to young girls about self-empowerment and confidence. On World Health Day, we prioritized well-being through comprehensive staff medical examinations. On Children's Day, we welcomed bright young minds to our aviation depot, Nepal Fly, giving them the opportunity to learn, explore, and be inspired by professionals in the field. We also took time to celebrate the people who make this journey possible. We marked the birthdays of our group managing director and our chairman. We celebrated International Youth Day alongside our university interns. Our commitment to growth and mentorship was further demonstrated at the Mentor Matchup Challenge 7.0, where we proudly sponsored, exhibited, and contributed through our staff panelists. 2025 was also a year of recognition. Our group managing director received the Vanguard Woman Entrepreneur of the Year award and conferred with the Doctor of Letters, honoris causa, by the Federal University of Technology, Owerri. As we look back on the year, we are reminded that none of this was achieved by our strength alone. For every opportunity, every lesson, and every milestone, we give thanks. And as we move forward, we do so with faith, purpose, and a deep sense of gratitude for all that lies ahead.
I looked at what in Nigeria, what existed, what opportunity and we started
We had this client that had a tanker that wanted, so he comes to make an offer, which I accept, he makes an offer, which I accept. That's just how we started.
It was quite successful.
In the advent of the privatization era, they were thinking then buying was first Unipetrol.
For us, it was survival.
Because of the then CEO that were interested in buying it, he looked at it because of
that was the only way to ensure that we could continue our business.
When you decide to do something audacious, everybody doubts you. But as soon as you show it can be done, everybody wants to back you.
Lake Oil Nigeria Limited is an exploration and production company where it matters. Founded by Lekan Akinyomi, our assets in the Otakifo field in OML 11, offshore in OPL 325 across the Niger Delta and Dahomey basins, and OPL 276 in Akwa Ibom State. Our midstream arm, Cambridge LNG, delivers LNG production, logistics, and trading solutions designed for a cleaner, more flexible energy future. But energy for us is never just about barrels and balance sheets. In communities like Home to Otakifo, our investments go beyond production. They create jobs, strengthen local economies, expand access to a diversified portfolio aligned with Lake Oil's mandate, deliver sustainable value, strengthen critical industries, and support long-term economic growth across key markets, while ensuring that host communities share in the benefits of development.
Sunbeth Global Concepts Limited, established in 2017, stands as a leading cocoa exporter in Nigeria, with roots that span decades in the cocoa sourcing industry. Since our inception, we've successfully supplied over 150,000 metric tons of cocoa beans globally, embodying our vision to be a premier provider in the global food markets. Committed to the well-being of stakeholders, we've implemented initiatives to enhance the lives of farmers in our cocoa sourcing community. Against child labor, we've contributed to grassroots education, providing state-of-the-art learning facilities and vocational skills for women in rural Nigeria. For ethical sourcing, we engage in network of over 250 local buying agents, LBAs across Nigeria. Samples from rigorous testing are quality laboratory standards, proudly supplying cocoa beans to renowned companies. Our diverse workforce of over 100 employees benefit from comprehensive training. As a member of leading organizations such as the World Cocoa Foundation, Federation of Cocoa Commerce, and Cocoa Merchants Association of America, we collaborate with industry leaders to drive change across the global cocoa supply chain. Our commitment to collaboration extends to our partnerships with farmers, ensuring their voices are heard and their livelihoods are supported. In adherence to sustainability, Sunbet is Rainforest Alliance certified on cocoa beans, certified over 9,000 metric tons, and aims for 100% traceable cocoa to European buyers by 2024 and beyond, aligning with EU deforestation-free regulations. Our commitment extends to educating farmers through Farmers Field School, focusing on integrated pest management, afforestation, and smart energy usage, reinforcing that at Sunbet, sustainability is at the core of our operations. Sunbet Global Concept Limited, your best choice for quality cocoa beans.
Every cocoa bean carries a hidden story of families, of sacrifice, and too often, children denied their right to childhood. But in Akure, we found a different story unfolding, where women rise as community leaders, where farmers say no to child labor, yes to education, where clean water opens doors to dignity. At Sunbirth, we believe that when communities lead, change becomes unstoppable. This is their story. This is our shared journey towards a better future.
As I take know some bet, na through my husband, they come say they want make dem wan see woman, help woman. The time I go earlier field, dem train us for meat, fish roll, donuts, chim chim, dem teach us. That day sef dey some bet try all the food they chop for there na some bet na im give us. All the money transport going and come back na some bet na im give us.
Dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Sunbet ni pé kì í ṣiṣẹ́ kékeré náà kọ́ wa. Ìgbà tá a lọ kọ́ iṣẹ́ yẹn, tá a débẹ̀ ọjọ́ tán kọ́ wa, gbogbo nǹkan tá a dẹ̀ máa lò fún, àwọn náà ná produce, àwọn náà kọ́ fún wa. Kò sí èyí tá a fowó rà ńbẹ̀. Gbogbo nǹkan tá a need ná supply ẹ̀ wa, kò sí nǹkan tá a fowó rà nínú ẹ̀. So owó yẹn láti ìgbà yẹn dẹ̀ wà lọ́wọ́ mi tí mo fi ń ra flour.
Àti ìlómi náà gbé wa ẹ̀ tẹ́ àwọn bẹ́ẹ̀ Sunbet fún wa lómi. A sọ́fà omi níbí o, ọ̀nà omi wa dẹ̀ jìnnà láti lọ pọnmi. Dẹ̀ dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Ọlọ́run pé omi náà ó dùn, ó dẹ̀ fine, ọkàn wa dẹ̀ balẹ̀ láti ìgbà yẹn.
Just one day, they just call me, say they won't come dig water. Then bring this their drilling motor, start to drill am. I never believe. Never see, they pour everything. Water comes surplus. We are about 27 at this Ubegu community. 27. Everybody is benefiting the water.
Since when some come to dey catch me say I carry my pikin wey no reach 18 up to 18 as I carry dem give dem cutlass, oh go help me to do farm, I will be in trouble.
When some people will just carry them pikin, they use and carry them to go farm, but there are times those are wey we dey farm with some birds. Dem let us know many things about child labor. Before, as I enter, I go see children no dey go school. Education is very, very important. Even if you want the future generation to invest into cocoa, at least you let them have education.
And I have children, 2 graduates. When for training, the child labor the effect of child labor. Usually of child is above 18 of the before you get.
The story of cocoa can be a story of hope, and together with the communities we serve, something is making it so. Because real change begins when we choose to see and act.
In a world where energy powers progress, one company is at the forefront of shaping Nigeria's energy future. Tetraco Energy Group. With presence across various sectors of the energy value chain, Tetraco is committed to delivering clean, cost-effective, and sustainable energy solutions. From natural gas distribution to gas to power, CNG, and LNG. We are building a brighter energy future for Nigeria and beyond. Our state-of-the-art infrastructure is powering industries and communities. We've developed a 40 million standard cubic feet daily city gate facility in Utesi State and a 6.2 million standard cubic feet daily CNG model station in Atakpo, Ogun State, with an upcoming 10 million standard cubic feet daily LNG facility also in Atakpo, Ogun State. We have successfully deployed a mobile auto gas refueling unit with a capacity of 50,000 standard cubic meter per day, supplying major players like Dangote Cement, Lafarge, Optimal Energy, and many more. Tetraco is committed to delivering end-to-end energy solutions through a growing power portfolio focused on reliable, decentralized, and cleaner power across Nigeria. On-grid and off-grid solutions ranging from gas to power to renewables. Tetraco is strengthening its reach through signed agreements with major discos including Abuja, Kaduna, Eko, Kano, and Ibadan. The ongoing development of the 100 megawatt attackable IPP gas to power project in the state through a joint venture reinforces Tetraco's commitment to expanding a reliable power access nationwide. But our vision doesn't stop at Nigeria's borders. We're expanding our footprint into Ghana, Equatorial Guinea, and Zambia, developing CNG model stations and LNG infrastructure to support energy availability across Africa. Tetraco Energy Group, Africa's most preferred energy solutions provider.
For decades, our people in the Niger Delta have endured pollution, oil spills, and environmental neglect. But today, a revolution is taking place, led by a company committed to change. Pipeline Infrastructure Nigeria Limited, PINL, is at the heart of this transformation. From protecting pipeline infrastructure, restoring vandalized pipelines, eliminating oil leaks, and the dangerous black soot caused by illegal refineries. PINL is working hard and giving communities in the Niger Delta a new lease of life. With its monitoring and security work on the Trans-Niger pipeline, PINL is ensuring that Nigeria's crude oil production OPEC quota is met, which in turn strengthens the economy, ensuring development across the country. Beyond protecting pipelines and crude oil infrastructure, PINL invests in people, employing and training local youth, empowering communities through corporate social responsibility, and supporting the livelihoods and local businesses that depend on a clean environment. The Niger Delta is rising. PINL is proud to be part of the story, a story of change, renewal, responsibility, and hope. Pipeline Infrastructure Nigeria Limited, protecting the environment, restoring communities, and securing a cleaner future for Nigeria.
Every year gives us moments we plan for and moments that surprise us. But above all, every year gives us reasons to be grateful. In 2025, we expanded our reach and deepened our impact. 14 new retail stations were launched across the nation, each one representing growth, opportunity, and our commitment to service. We took our place in important conversations shaping the future of energy. At the Intra-African Trade Fair, Mrs. Hazen May represented us. sharing insights through her interview. NIES 2025, our managing director joined other women leaders in the energy sector as a guest panelist. At OTL 2025, our group managing director addressed trade and infrastructure bottlenecks in Nigeria's downstream energy sector. And at African Energy Week 2025, our Southern Africa team carried our story beyond borders. Beyond our business milestones, we remained committed to people and purpose. On International Women's Day, we visited Home Science Academy, where our female employees spoke to young girls about self-empowerment and confidence. On World Health Day, we prioritized well-being through comprehensive staff medical examinations. On Children's Day, we welcomed bright young minds to our aviation depot, Nepal Fly, giving them the opportunity to learn, explore, and be inspired by professionals in the field. But also took time to celebrate the people who make this journey possible. We marked the birthdays of our group managing director and our chairman. We celebrated International Youth Day alongside our university interns. Our commitment to growth and mentorship was further demonstrated at the Mentor Matchup Challenge 7.0, where we proudly sponsored, exhibited, and contributed through our staff panelists. 2025 was also a year of recognition. Our group managing director received the Vanguard Woman Entrepreneur of the Year Award and was conferred with the Doctor of Letters, honoris causa, by the Federal University of Technology, Owerri. As we look back on the year, we are reminded that none of this was achieved by our strength alone. For every opportunity, every lesson, and every milestone, we give thanks. And as we move forward, we do so with faith, purpose, and a deep sense of gratitude for all that lies ahead.
I looked around and I thought about what was abundant in Nigeria, what existed, what opportunities were, and I decided to go into the oil industry.
We had this client that had a tanker that he wanted to sell. So he comes, he makes me an offer, which I accept. He makes GT an offer, which he accepts. And that was how we started.
Successful.
In the privatization era, we were thinking then buying first Unipetrol.
For us, it was survival.
I told the then CEO that we're interested in buying it. He looked at me like I was joking.
That was the only way to ensure that we could continue.
When we decide to do something ambitious, everybody doubts you. But the thing that we show it can be done, everybody goes to buy it.
Coal Nigeria Limited is an exploration and production company built to operate in red matters. Founded by Lekan Akinyomi, our assets span the Otakipo field in OML 11, offshore Lagos field 325 across the Kogi Basin, and OPL 276 in Akwa Ibom State. Our midstream arm, Cambridge LNG, delivers LNG production, logistics, and trading solutions designed for a cleaner, more flexible energy future. But energy for us is never just about barrels and balance sheets. In communities like home to Otakipo, our investments go beyond production. They create jobs, strengthen local economies, expand access to essential services, and support community healthcare. Because long-term value only exists when people and environments around us move forward too. Together, these businesses form a diversified portfolio aligned with LECO's mandate to deliver sustainable value, strengthen critical industries, and support long-term economic growth across key markets, while ensuring that host communities share in the benefits of development.
Sunbeth Global Concepts Limited, established in 2017, stands as a leading cocoa exporter in Nigeria, with roots that span decades in the cocoa sourcing industry. Since our inception, we've successfully supplied over 150,000 metric tons of cocoa beans globally, embodying our vision to be a premier provider in the global food markets. Committed to the well-being of stakeholders, we've implemented initiatives to enhance the lives of farmers in our cocoa sourcing communities. Against child labor, we've contributed to grassroots education, providing state-of-the-art learning facilities and vocational skills to women in rural Nigeria. For ethical sourcing, we engage in network of over 250 local buying agents, LBAs, across Nigeria. Samples from LBAs undergo rigorous testing in our quality laboratory, ensuring the highest standards. Proudly supplying cocoa beans to renowned companies, our diverse workforce of over 100 employees benefit from comprehensive training. As a member of leading organizations such as the World Cocoa Foundation, Federation of Cocoa Commerce, and Cocoa Merchants Association of America, we collaborate with industry leaders to drive positive change across the global cocoa supply chain. Our commitment to collaboration extends to our partnerships with others, ensuring their voices are heard and their livelihoods are supported. In adherence to sustainability, Sunpeth is Rainforest Alliance certified on cocoa beans, certified over 9,000 metric tons, and aims for 100% traceable cocoa to European buyers by 2024 and beyond, aligning with EU deforestation-free regulations. Our commitment extends to educating farmers through Farmers Field School, focusing on integrated pest management, afforestation, and smart energy usage, reinforcing that at Sunbet, sustainability is at the core of our operations. Sunbet Global Concept Limited, your best choice for quality cocoa beans.
Every cocoa bean carries a hidden story of families, of sacrifice, and too often of children denied their right to childhood. But in Akure, we found a different story unfolding. One where women rise as community leaders, where farmers say no to child labor and yes to education, where clean water opens doors to dignity. At Sambef, we believe that when communities lead, change becomes unstoppable. This is their story. This is our journey towards a better future.
As I take know some bet na through my husband because say they want make dem wan see woman help woman. The time I go earlier field dem train us for meat, fish roll, donut, chim chim. Dem teach us that day sef dey some bet dey try all the food dey chop for there na some bet na im give us. All the money transport going and come back na some bet na im give us.
dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ sunbet ni pé kì í ṣiṣẹ́ kékeré náà kọ́ wa ìgbà tá a lọ kọ́ iṣẹ́ yẹn àdébọ̀ ọjọ́ tán kọ́ wa gbogbo nǹkan tá a dẹ̀ máa lò fún àwọn náà náà produce àwọn náà kò fún wa kò sí lè ta fowó rà ń bẹ̀ gbogbo nǹkan tá a need náà sì fowó rà ní owó yẹn láti gbà ń tẹ̀ wá lọ́wọ́ wọn fi rọ fúláwà.
ìgbà tí àti lómi táǹkì wa yìí tẹ àwọn bẹ́ẹ̀tì sanbẹ́ẹ̀tì tí fún wa lómi a sọ́fà omi níbí o ọ̀nà omi wa dẹ̀ jìnnà láti lọ pọnmi dẹ̀ dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Ọlọ́run pé omi náà ó dùn ó dẹ̀ fine ọkàn wa dẹ̀ balẹ̀ láti gbà yẹn.
Just one day, they just call me. Say they won't come dig water. Then bring this their drilling motor. I never believe. Not until then couple everything. Water can't stop us. We are about 27 camp at this Ubegu community. 27. Everybody is benefiting the water.
When sunbet come dey catch me say I carry my pikin wey no reach 18 up to 18 or 20 years that I carry dem give dem cutlass or to go help me to do farm, I will be in trouble.
When some people will just carry them picking, they use and carry and they go farm, but as time goes on, we will be partner with sunbets. Then let us know many things about child labor. Before, as I enter, I go see some students I know they go school. Education is very, very important. Even when you want the future generation to invest inside into cocoa, at least you let them have education.
And I have children, 2 graduates. When somebody invited us for a training at a child labor, I came here to educate them the effect of child labor. So that you want to use any of child to approve 18 or
The story of cocoa is a story of hope, and together with the communities we serve, Sunbeth is making it so, because real change begins when we choose to see and act.
In a world where energy powers progress, one company is at the forefront of shaping Nigeria's energy future: Tetraco Energy Group. With presence across various sectors of the energy value chain, Tetraco is committed to delivering clean, cost-effective, and sustainable energy solutions. From natural gas distribution to gas to power, CNG, and LNG, we are building a brighter energy future for Nigeria and beyond. Our state-of-the-art infrastructure is powering industries and communities. We've developed a 40 million daily facility in Itesi, Edo State, and a 6.2 million standard cubic feet daily CNG motor station in Atakobo, Ogun State, with an upcoming 10 million standard cubic feet daily LNG facility also in Atakobo, Ogun State. We have successfully deployed mobile auto gas refueling unit with a capacity of 50,000 standard cubic meter a day, supplying major players like Dangote Cement, Lafarge, Optimal Energy, and many more. Patrico is committed to delivering end-to-end energy solutions through a growing power portfolio focused on reliable, decentralized, and cleaner power across Nigeria, with on-grid and off-grid solutions ranging from gas to power to renewables. Tetracore is strengthening its reach through signed agreements with major discos including Abuja, Kaduna, Eko, Kano, and Ibadan. The ongoing development of the 100 megawatt attackable IPP gas to power project in Ogun State through a joint venture reinforces Tetraco's commitment to expanding a reliable power access nationwide. But our vision doesn't stop at Nigeria's borders. We're expanding our footprint into Ghana, Equatorial Guinea, and Zambia, developing CNG model stations and LNG infrastructure to support energy availability across Africa. Tetracore Energy Group, Africa's most preferred energy solutions provider.
For decades, our people in the Niger Delta have endured pollution, oil spills, and environmental neglect. But today, a revolution is taking place, led by a company committed to change. Pipeline Infrastructure Nigeria Limited, PINL, is at the heart of this transformation. From protecting pipeline in refineries is working hard and giving communities in the Niger Delta a new lease of life. Its monitoring and security work on the Trans-Niger pipeline, the quota is met, which across the country. Beyond protecting pipelines and crude oil infrastructure, PINL invests in people, employing and training local youth, empowering communities through corporate social responsibility, and supporting the life. The Niger Delta is rising again. PINL renewal and future for Nigeria.
Every year gives us moments we plan for that surprise to be grateful. In 2025, and deepened our impact. Each one representing growth, opportunity, and our commitment to service. We took NNA at NIES. Above all, every year gives us reasons to be grateful. In 2025, we expanded our reach and deepened our impact. 4 teams shaping the future of energy. At the Intra-African Trade Fair, Miss Interview. At NIES 2025 sector as a guest panelist. At OTL 2025, our Group Managing Director addressed trade and infrastructure bottlenecks in Nigeria's downstream life. Our Southern Africa team carried our story beyond borders, beyond our business milestones. We remained committed to people and purpose. On International Women's prioritized well-being through comprehensive staff medical examinations. On Children's Day, we welcomed bright young minds to our aviation depot floor and be inspired by professionals in the field. We also took time to celebrate the people who make this journey possible. We marked the birthdays of our Group Managing Director alongside our university interns. Our commitment to growth and mentorship was further demonstrated at the Mentor Matchup Challenge 7.0, where we proudly exhibited and contributed through our staff panelists. So a year of recognition. Our Group Managing Director received the Vanguard Woman Entrepreneur of the Year Award and was conferred with the Doctor of Letters, Owe. As we look back on the year, we are reminded that none of this was achieved by our strength alone. For every opportunity, every lesson, and every milestone, all that lies ahead.
I looked around and I thought about what was abundant in Nigeria, what existed, what opportunities were, and I decided to move to the oil industry.
We had this client that had a tanker that he wanted to sell. So he comes, he makes me an offer, which I accept, he makes me an offer, which he accepts. And that was how we started it.
It was quite successful.
In the advent of the privatization era, they were thinking then of buying first Unipetrol.
For us, it was survival.
I told the then CEO that we're interested in buying it. He looked at me like I was a joke.
That was the only way to ensure that we could continue our business.
When you decide to do something audacious, everybody doubts you. But as soon as you show it can be done, everybody wants to back you.
Nigeria Limited is an exploration and production company built to operate where it matters. Founded by Lekko, our assets span the Otakiko field in Obil 11, offshore Lagos in OPL 310, OPL 325 across the Niger Delta and Dahomey basins, and OPL 276 in Akwa Ibom State. Our midstream arm, which LNG, delivers energy production, logistics, and trading solutions designed for a cleaner, more flexible energy future. But energy for us is never just about barrels and balance sheets. In communities like home to Otakiko, our investments go beyond production. They create jobs, strengthen local economies, expand access to essential services, and support healthcare. Because long-term value only exists when people and environment around us move forward too. Together, these businesses form a diversified portfolio aligned with Lekko's deliver sustainable value, strengthen critical industries, and support long-term economic growth across key markets, while ensuring that we share in the benefits of development.
Sunbeth Global Concepts Limited, established in 2017, stands as a leading cocoa exporter in Nigeria, with roots that span decades in the cocoa sourcing industry. Since our inception, we've successfully supplied over 150,000 metric tons of cocoa beans globally, embodying our vision to be a premier provider in the global food markets. Committed to the well-being of stakeholders, we've implemented initiatives to enhance the lives of farmers in our cocoa sourcing communities. Against child labor, we've contributed to grassroots education, providing state-of-the-art learning facilities and vocational skills for women in rural Nigeria. For ethical sourcing, we engage in network of over 250 local buying agents, LBAs, across Nigeria. Samples from LBA's undergo rigorous testing in our quality laboratories, ensuring the highest standards. Proudly supplying cocoa beans to renowned companies, our diverse workforce of over 100 employees as a member of leading organizations such as the World Cocoa Foundation, Federation of Cocoa and Merchants Association of America. We collaborate with industry leaders to drive positive change across the global cocoa supply chain. Our commitment to collaboration extends to our partnerships with farmers, ensuring their voices are heard and their livelihoods are supported. In adherence to sustainability, SunBet is Rainforest Alliance certified on cocoa beans, over 9,000 metric tons, aims for 100% traceable cocoa to European buyers by 2024 and beyond, aligning with EU deforestation-free regulations. Our commitment extends to educating farmers through Farmers Field School, focusing on integrated pest management, afforestation, and smart energy usage, reinforcing that at Sunbet, sustainability is at the core of our operations. Sunbet Global Concept Limited, your best choice for quality cocoa beans.
Every cocoa bean carries a hidden story in families of sacrifice, and too often of children denied their right to childhood. But in Akure, food one, the women rise as leaders, where families say no to labor and yes to education, where clean water opens doors to dignity. At Sunbeth, we believe that when community change becomes unstoppable. This is their story. This is our shared journey towards a better future.
As I take know some bet na through my husband because say they wan see woman help woman. Time I go earlier feed dem train us for me to fish roll, to donuts, chim chim, dem teach us dey try all the food dem dey chop for there na some bet na give us all the money transport story and come back na some bet na im give us.
Dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Sunbet ni pé kì í ṣiṣẹ́ kékeré náà kọ́ wa. Ìgbà tá a lọ kọ́ iṣẹ́ yẹn, tá a débẹ̀ ọjọ́ tán kọ́ wa, gbogbo nǹkan tá a dẹ̀ máa lò fún, àwọn náà ná produce àwọn náà kó fún wa. Kò sí èyí tá a fowó rà ńbẹ̀. Gbogbo nǹkan tá a need ná supply wa, kò sí nǹkan tá a fowó rà nínú ẹ̀. So owó yẹn láti ìgbà yẹn dẹ̀ wà lọ́wọ́ tí mo fi ń ra flour.
Ìgbà tí àti ìlómi táǹkì wa yìí tẹ́ àwọn Sunbet tí fún wa lómi. A sọ́fà omi níbí o, ọ̀nà omi wa dẹ̀ jìnnà láti lọ pọnmi. A dẹ̀ dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Ọlọ́run pé omi náà ó dùn, ó dẹ̀ fine, ọkàn wa dẹ̀ balẹ̀ láti ìgbà yẹn.
Just one day, they just call me, say they wan come dig water. Then bring this their drilling motor, they start to dey drill am. I never believe, not until dem couple everything. Water come surplus. We are about 27 people at this Ubegu community. 27. Everybody is benefiting.
Since when Sunbet come to dey catch me say I carry my pikin wey no reach 18 up to 18 or 20 years, that I carry dem give dem cutlass or to go help us do farm, I will dey in trouble.
Wey some people go just carry dem pikin, dey use am carry am dey go farm, but as time goes on wey we dey partner with Sunbet, dem make us know many things about child labour. Before, as I enter, I go see some students I no dey go school. Education is very, very important. Even though if you want the future generation to invest into cocoa, at least you let them have education.
And I have children, 2 graduates. When somebody invited us for training at child labor, and I came here to educate them the effect of child labor. So that if you want to use any of child, above 18 or 4 before you use them.
The story of cocoa, the story of hope, and together with the communities we serve, Sunbeth is making it so because real change begins when we choose to see and act.
In a world where energy powers progress, one company is at the forefront of shaping Nigeria's energy future. Patriarchal Energy Group. With presence across various sectors of the energy value chain, Tetracore is committed to delivering clean, cost-effective, and sustainable energy solutions, from natural gas distribution to gas to power, CNG, and LNG. We are building a brighter energy future for Nigeria and beyond. Our state-of-the-art infrastructure is powering industries and communities. We've developed a 40 million standard cubic feet daily city gate facility in Utesi, Edo State, and a 6.2 million standard cubic feet daily CNG model station in Atakubo, Ogun State, with an upcoming 10 million standard cubic feet daily LNG facility also in. We have successfully deployed a mobile auto gas filling unit with a capacity of 50,000 standard cubic meter per day, supplying major players like Dangote Cement, Lafarge, Optimal Energy, and many more. Technical is committed to delivering end-to-end energy solutions through a growing power portfolio focused on reliable, decentralized, and cleaner power across Nigeria, with on-grid and off-grid solutions ranging from gas to power to renewables. Tetracore is strengthening its reach through signed agreements with major discos, including Abuja, Kaduna, Eko, Kano, and the ongoing development of the 100 megawatt attackable IPP gas power project in Ogun State through a joint venture reinforces Tetracore's commitment to expanding a reliable power access nationwide. But our vision doesn't stop at Nigeria's borders. We're expanding our footprint into Ghana, Equatorial Guinea, and Zambia, developing CNG model stations and LNG infrastructure to support energy availability across Africa. Tetracore Energy Group, Africa's most preferred energy solutions provider.
For decades, our people in the Niger Delta have endured pollution, oil spills, and environmental neglect. Today, a revolution is taking place, led by a company committed to change. Pipeline Infrastructure Nigeria Limited, PINL, is at the heart of this transformation. From protecting pipeline infrastructure, restoring vandalized pipelines, eliminating oil leaks, and the dangerous black soot caused by illegal refineries. PINL is working hard and giving communities in the Niger Delta a new lease of life. With its monitoring and security work on the Trans-Niger pipeline, PINL is ensuring that Nigeria's crude oil production OPEC quota is met, which in turn strengthens the economy, ensuring development across the country. Beyond protecting pipelines and crude oil infrastructure, PINL invests in people, employing and training local youth, empowering communities through corporate social responsibility, and supporting the livelihoods and local businesses that depend on a cleaner environment. The Niger Delta is rising again, and PINL is proud to be part of the story. A story of change, renewal, responsibility, and hope. Pipeline Infrastructure Nigeria Limited, protecting the environment, restoring communities, and securing a cleaner future for Nigeria.
In the shadows of our creeks, beneath the surface of our rivers, across vast lands and restless waters, a silent war has raged for years. A war not of guns and bombs, but of sabotage, greed, and theft. Oil theft, a crime that bleeds our nation, stealing not just resources, but hope, jobs, and our future. We are Tantita, relentless on land, unstoppable on water.
Every year gives us moments we plan for and moments that surprise us. But above all, every year gives us reasons to be grateful. In 2025, we expanded our reach and deepened our impact. 14 new retail stations were launched across the nation, each one representing growth, opportunity, and our commitment service. We took our place in important conversations shaping the future of energy. At the Intra-African Trade Fair, Mrs. Azin May represented us, sharing insights through her interview. At NIES 2025, our managing director joined other women leaders in the energy sector as a guest panelist. At OTL 2025, our group managing director addressed trade and infrastructure bottlenecks in Nigeria's downstream energy sector. And at African Energy Week 2025, our Southern Africa team carried our story beyond borders. Beyond our business milestones, we remained committed to people and purpose. On International Women's Day, we visited Home Science Academy, where our female employees spoke to young girls about self-empowerment and confidence. On World Health Day, we prioritized well-being through comprehensive staff medical examinations. On Children's Day, we welcomed bright young minds to our aviation depot in Paul Fly, giving them the opportunity to learn, explore, and be inspired by professionals in the field. We also took time to celebrate the people who made this journey possible. We marked the birthdays of our group managing director and our chairman. We celebrated International Youth Day alongside our university interns. Our mentorship was further demonstrated at the Mentor Matchup Challenge 7.0, where we proudly sponsored, exhibited, and contributed through our staff panelists. 2025 was also a year of recognition. Our group managing director Every year gives us moments we plan for and moments
it's having to go to people. What about we put them together and have the people come to them? And it revolutionized that industry, that little activity. If you ever lived in Lagos and there was a wedding and you went, you passed by some certain streets in Lekki, there was almost no space to pass. And then it was like from 6 a.m., women are there tying gele and doing makeup. So it's instrumental what she has done in that sector, and we're going to have her on stage today, and she's going to really just let us know a little bit more about the challenges she faced in getting there, how she was able to succumb it, and what she sees is the future, from her own eye view, and how we can emulate the things that she's done, and she can spread that information to other people in other sectors on how we can grow and scale our businesses in this sector to be huge additions to the employers of labor at scale. Moderating this fireside chat for us today is the non. She's been here a number of times on stage. We actually had her here earlier on this morning as well. I'm just waiting for her to fully get mic'd, and I believe she's about to be ready. I will now invite on stage Miss Stephanie Sari. Please join us and put our hands together as she comes to the stage. She will moderate this session. She will be letting you know a little bit more than I have done about our panelists today. And thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, everybody. Aren't you excited to hear from such a powerhouse entrepreneur all the way from Nigeria? Let me just bring out her bio so that we can get full makeup artist who pretty much single-handedly founded the makeup industry in Nigeria. As my colleague previously said, before her, there was no makeup industry, and she really built up that beauty industry from scratch. She's a powerful speaker. She's invited to speak all around the world. She's a friend, mentor, and a sister to many, and she's now transitioned from House of Tower to build a platform called Building Beyond You. So we're going to hear more about that succession and how she's successfully taken her brand from one brand to building another. So please join me in welcoming Tara Fanaduotwe to the stage. Okay, so let's get into it. How are you doing?
Excellent.
Your first Davos.
Yes.
And how has it been?
I love it. The Nigeria house has made me incredibly proud. I got quite a few feedback from foreigners. I met a man who was from Togo on the train, and he was like, "You should be so proud of the Nigeria house and how we've showed up." So kudos to the team at the Nigeria house, Davos, for such an excellent presentation of Nigeria. I didn't hear that clap well. Yeah, well done. Well done.
Yes, amazing. I mean, this is one of the most popular joints in town. And where else can you get jollof rice in
the
Davos?
type of jollof rice.
Yes. So Tara, why was it important for you to come to Davos? First of all, let's start off with that.
First of all, I think it was an important conversation when we think about creative economy as an employer at scale. I've been very passionate about the creative industry for a very long time. Obviously, in my area of experience in beauty, makeup, and education, but I know the entire creative industry particularly needs this kind of conversation. We need to see, I thought the topic was very important because we need to see more of these businesses grow at scale so that we're mentioning the names of brands that have transitioned from talent-led hustle to systems-led organizations. You immediately begin to think of multiple brands, not few. So there are very few Taras, for example, who started as a makeup artist and then built to become an institution. And now I've transitioned from my day-to-day role as a CEO,
CEO.
MD, and I sit on the board now. But we now have a professional managing director from the organization, and that's because it's not founder dependent. It's a business that's not dependent on my personal relationships. It's a business that's not dependent on who I know. It's a business that's dependent on policies, structures, systems that have been designed to keep it growing so that you can employ more people. The reason why the continent has unemployment issues is because we don't have enough businesses at scale that can employ, but also enough businesses that are founders in such a way that this generation who's working today, in 10 years' time, in 20 years' time, in 100 years' time, continue to employ, be an employer. That needs to change.
Yeah, absolutely. So, you've taken House of Tara from a pioneer startup to a multi-generational business, with also an academy attached. What do you think is the single most important institutional hurdle that Nigeria creative entrepreneurs must clear to stop being one-man shows and start becoming large-scale employers?
I think, first of all, is understanding the importance of building capability, but also attracting competence. Building capability means that you are talented, you are the talent, you are the musician, you are the fashion designer, you are the makeup artist. That talent is fantastic. It is great for the startup. For the moment where you create confidence and trust in the consumer, you get to a point where you're generating income consistently, you're profitable. But for that to be sustained, it needs to move from you, who's the talent, to designing an institution that delivers consistently, not just on you, but on the system of that organization. I think, first of all, is for creative to understand the importance of developing that capability. We heard Tiwa Sabe talk earlier about how she went to school to study the business, of music. I love that, and I wish I would find more creatives who take time to go to business school. I went to Harvard, I went to Yale, I did the Stanford Seed program over a period of 6 months. I went to the CP program at the Lagos Business School. I was on the OMP program at Lagos Business School. This is consistently ensuring that my capability was being developed. But it's not enough to develop yourself. It's also important to attract the competencies that are required, the talent that will support your gifting. So you're a talent, but you then need to recruit people who will support your gifting, whether it's in operations, it's in finance, in the areas where you're weak, so that a business is built around your gifting. And that business mustn't be dependent on you. And I think that is one major hurdle that we need to think about and away from this one-man show.
Yeah. And so with your new venture, you're really trying to address that, with a new platform called SEEP Africa.
And the Building Beyond.
And Building Beyond. So let's talk about SEEP Africa. Is that an acronym for something?
Yes. So it's sales enterprise. The idea behind the sales enterprise is really about how first of all think about placement. So first of all, it's about developing people. Recently, the Chloe Rice CEO put out a post, and there in a few minutes were so many people, thousands of people who were already interested in the role that he was publicizing. And we get that all the time, but at the end of the day, the organization can only few people. Oftentimes, it's not because we don't have people, it's because we don't have the talent, we don't have the skill set, we don't have sufficient training for that skill set. So my thought is we have a retail industry that's growing consistently, but we have the right staffing and the founders being forced to become the teachers. But if we can create an organization that don't match because of my experience in retail and in just not just retail in one location, multiple locations, and not just in one city across the entire country. Nigeria is a huge country. The minute you've learned how to retail, you can take that information and create a curriculum and train people. And I think when people are better trained, then it's easier for those who have visions to open a retail chain. They have more confidence in that. Building Beyond You Institute is really about how do we help founders to begin to see themselves as custodians of the future and who want to build businesses that last and want to outlive them. In 1964, the Time magazine did a feature about Nigerian millionaires. And in that feature, there were 12 Nigerian millionaires who were featured in the article. And when I look at the names of those millionaires, entrepreneurs, founders, they were in rubber plantation, they were in insurance, many of those businesses no longer exist. And that provokes me to say, how can we begin to have, when CNN does 100th century celebrating 100 years of any business, how many Nigerian or African businesses can we say are up to that level? So my desire is to see that, and how do we create an organizational platform that supports founders? We recently had our very first annual gathering in Lagos. We had 1,300 founders in the hall, and that event was planned over 7 weeks. And the reason why is because there's interest. Founders are desperate. They want to be intentional to say, this is what I've built, but I want it to outgrow. Believe me. And how can I do it? What can we do to keep it growing?
Yeah. So, I mean, to your point about CNN 100 Centuries, I think when we were doing that program, there was a Union Bank in Nigeria at the time. So, it's interesting to see how those businesses will scale and grow. But you attracted a lot of interest and surprise because founders are usually quite, you've spent decades, building a business and it's your baby, right? And sometimes you don't want to let it go. But you did something that a lot of people consider surprising. You stepped away from your baby, House of Tara. What was the process of doing that? Was it a long-term process, or did you come to realization that okay, it's time to walk away from this and bring someone else to carry on my vision?
Thank you so much for that. One of the reasons why entrepreneurs do step away is what is next. In some cases, their business is so tight that they don't see themselves outside of that business. I was very, very privileged. Tara has a very strong governance framework. Our chairman is an entrepreneur who founded her business at a young age like me. So in terms of similarities, she was able to tell me there will be a season you'll get to where you become exhausted and tired. And we don't want you to get there. We want you to prepare towards that. So we two things that we did. Number one was to encourage me to have my personal board of directors. So for friends who I was accountable to, we structured my thinking around what does Tara need that only I can do now. How can I do that to prepare the business? Number two, what is it that business in such a way that if I'm not there, business will continue. So there were two things. And conversations with my personal board was centered around those two things.
Right.
So Tara, you've said you need to do A before you step away. Because if you don't do it, there will be a problem. You said the business needs B. First of all, articulating that to you. I think one of the other things was I also had built a personal brand outside of House of Tara.
Right.
Even though for many years, every time I went out, people would say, "Oh, I recognized you. Are you House of Tara?" And that's how I became a speaker, for example, and I started to speak on all conversations. And I no longer box myself in the industry. I was intentional about changing my title from being creative director to being current CEO. And so when I went out to speak, I would insist that when I'm being introduced, they would say current CEO of House of Tara. Why do you say current CEO? Because I'm not going to be CEO forever. Psychologically, I was preparing myself for that. Thank you. And I think I also was conscious about building financial independence outside of business. Obviously, corporate governance, I had a salary, but what that meant was there were many things that were attached, perks that were attached to my role as CEO that was going to transfer to a new person. So I would no longer have some of those perks. Of course, there are other perks I would now have because I have now left. I'm the founder and what have you, profit sharing, whatever. But I knew that I would no longer have to depend taking that step because their only source of income business. And so I created digital assets. I became conscious about developing incomes, investing in mutual funds, and things that were calculated. I had a drive, I had all these things. What is the cost in naira and in dollars. And if I left, my lifestyle changed. I was invited to Davos without House of Tara with that relationship with my MD.
Okay.
So we mentor relationship divided into two. One is we talk business, but we also talk personal.
Okay.
And so we between ourselves, she has to host me once a month. The next month I would host. So
Okay.
she decides what restaurant she's taking me to. The next month I decide. And in those times we talk only about personal things. She's female, so we talk about husband, children, her personal desires, and the family, and all the things that I'm doing. To ensure that the communication is present, and that's very important when you're mentoring. And then the final part is, of course, every month she does a report. Every quarter she does a board. She comes to the board and presents to the board. And in presenting to the board, I don't have to be there to follow up whatever. It's the board that's asking her questions, and I'm just one of the people
Right.
on the board. So we have a mentoring relationship. I still get feedback from colleagues from time to time, so I kind of check in with her to say, okay, this person said, this person said. Other than that, it's really about supporting her to
Right.
succeed because I want her to succeed.
Amazing, amazing. So I'm going to ask a question now about regulatory frameworks. And there's someone in the audience from the Ministry of Creative Economy who is uh, kind of, in charge of job creation. She's going to take the mic and just join us with questions. Can we give her a mic? And she can introduce herself after this question. So when you were building this national retail chain, what were the physical or regulatory infrastructure gaps that almost stopped you? And this is where I think I want to bring in a government voice where they can feed in to whatever the response is. And how do you see the government's current Destination 2030 agenda addressing these bottlenecks for the next generation?
I'm very happy to see that there's a lot of contribution in the creative industry.
Yeah.
I'm very happy to see that there's a lot of conversations on that. In my time, I was building retail. We didn't have retail infrastructure.
Okay.
From a retail.
Okay.
Yes. Sorry. Okay. So first of all, it was a desire to build a retail infrastructure. It didn't exist. And still it's a problem right now. If you wanted to open a chain of stores, first of all, it's conversations around policies around rental income and rental fees. When for you to be able to see this sort of growth, it's difficult because many brands have to pay 2 years, in some cases 3 years in rent. You can't really need patient capital, right? But every time you have to put that kind of lump sum into just the retail space itself, it becomes difficult for you to actually invest money in the things that you're actually going to trade in. And so I believe that if I had support, one as a pioneer business, or the kind of loan that is long term, that is 27, 25%, because there's limited, there's so much less that you can simply because of that. I feel that limits you. When you want to scale employment, you have to have multiple locations. You have to have platforms that makes it possible for you to need more people. Because we have people, our problem isn't talent. Our problem is that we don't have enough businesses that are built at scale so that we can employ as many people. Still, the government is still the highest employer of labor today.
Okay, thank you so much. So I'd like to invite you to join us. No, she's just going to join us here. Thank you. Just introduce yourself, please.
Hello, my name is Gemma Macri Broad, and I am head of job creation at the Federal Ministry of Arts, Culture, Tourism, and the Creative Economy. As you know, we discussed in previous panels, it's the first ministry of its kind in Nigeria, and our mandate is very much focused on empowering the entire ecosystem.
Okay. So in terms of regulatory frameworks, that and some of the things that she discussed, how does your ministry support startup and first-time entrepreneurs and things like that?
So there's a very, as I mentioned, this is the first ministry of its kind. And so one of the things that we've been doing is contributing and collaborating alongside other ministries. We've worked very closely with the Ministry of Trade and Investment on the IP policy, which is connected to fashion, but also extremely connected to beauty as well. Exactly. We've also been working with the IDICE program as a collaborator. And so one of the things that we're focusing on is the Startup Act as well, which will also focus on, the entire ecosystem, also focus on ways to create means to finance the sector, more diverse financing mechanisms, also create bank guarantees, which are really the first and most important factor in ensuring that we can actually get access to the patient and reasonable capital that you were talking about.
So I'd like to contribute a little bit. So we had a difficulty about 10 years ago where the Tara products were counterfeited from out of China. And I recall that one of the governments of a Western country sent someone to have a conversation with me. And when they asked her to come, she came from the State Department office. And the question she was asking, I was curious. What I found, the reason why she wanted to have that conversation with me was that government wanted to know what I did when I had that difficulty because their brands, international brands, were coming to Nigeria. What I saw was a government who was standing for their local brands by almost predicting that the same thing that happened to a local brand is likely to happen to our brands when they arrive in that country. It's not a brand that's owned by the government. It's a brand that is that's privately owned. I didn't see that support from the federal government when I had that crisis, and I'm hoping that in the future, and as more people are building their personal makeup cosmetic brands, that the government will begin to create the regulatory frameworks that support and protect our IPs. That's local. And I just wanted to share that with you so you could have that conversation as well in the future.
No, it's extremely important. And just to add to what you said, I think this is why the IP policy, which was recently finalized and will ultimately be enacted into law, is a really important step towards this. There were conversations earlier about the music industry, about royalties, etc. Another thing that our ministry has been doing on the music side, but it connects back, is working very closely with the CMOs. As you mentioned, there are a lot of mechanisms that are used to protect IP and actually be able to support industries. In South Africa, for example, you see a CMO structure that is slightly more developed than ours. And so in addition to us working on the IP policies, translating that into much more up-to-date laws, it's also about, like you said, building the right institutions, structures, etc., to actually be able to advocate on behalf of our creators. And as mentioned, protect our IP. The final thing I'll say is also it's really important to protect our heritage as well. So we're looking increasingly at things like geographical indicators. For example, has been able to call it Kente if it's made outside of Ghana. We're also integrating all of these things into our IP policies and ultimately into law. And then after that, like in a lot of other countries, you form corporations and you form guilds that are supported by government, but mainly spearheaded by the private sector. And these are the things that actually help creatives to be able to keep their creative IP in country, which has a huge impact on job creation because you can only call it that if it's made in country.
Fantastic.
That's fantastic. Thank you so much for your contribution to the panel. We really appreciate you coming to share those thoughts.
No.
Okay, so we're out of time. Do we have time for one or two questions?
Yes.
Okay.
At this time, we'd like to open the floor.
Yes.
We can take one question and let goes. If you guys please just ask one question per person, no combined questions, and then we see how many we can take. So, in no particular order, anybody like to ask a question? Yeah. Okay.
So, as a new business owner, I'm kind of old school when it comes to
Hi, my name is
Hello.
Simba. How are you? So I'm a new business owner, and I'm kind of old school when it comes to business development. But coming here and seeing AI on every single billboard and pamphlet, I wanted to know, how do you plan on using AI to develop what you've already created?
Thank you very much. Two ways. Number one is from a training and development standpoint, and then two is in terms of consumer interaction. The beauty industry is one that has found wings and legs in multiple ways. But I think what is still fundamental is that women still want to look beautiful and enhanced. Tools that we can use now to ensure that some of the issues that we've had for a very long time, which is, for example, I'm a woman, I'm trying to find my perfect shade, my perfect tone, and every brand doesn't create products for everyone. House of Tara as an organization will continue to use AI. This tool was applied other ways, training and development around advancing also employing people. And please, when we talk about creative industry, I know that there's a lot of talk about music and fashion, but I don't want us to forget about beauty. Beauty is significant as well. So I just wanted to share that with you because I see that generally.
Yeah, and it's funny. I noticed a trend recently on social media, Instagram in particular, of people when they came in time for the holidays during Dirty December, they raided all these like Nigerian makeup stores, House of Tara included, and many of them saying that their perfect shade, they were finding their perfect shades in these brands, and what they couldn't find the in their
I think one of the things that's great about our industry is that many of us are practitioners, people who are designing the products that actually use the product. If you're a makeup artist and you're professional, you bring a different eye to product development as opposed to the Western world where one big company is the one who just decides what is what. But that's what the difference is. And we've seen that. And Nigeria is setting the tone, has set the tone for makeup on the continent. I recently had the commercial attaché to one of the Nigerian embassies in Southern Africa reach out to me and say, I just wanted to call you to say well done because we're getting demands for visas because people are coming. You ask them what they're coming to Nigeria for. They're coming to House of Para Makeup School. And I remember when you started this business with your makeup lab. I think that years after, I'm sitting down here approving visas for people to come to Nigeria just to come to makeup school.
That is incredible. Can we give a huge round of applause for that? One more question.
Just hold on a second. We can take. It's okay. Go ahead and ask your question.
Hi. My question is not specific to the creative of makeup, or it's around food and our cultural exports and how that becomes counterfeit. We do not have the regulations that protect us when we export food, for example. So if, for example, we have certain recipes and we have indigenous stuff that we need to export. But when we come to the international market, we face all these compliance regulations because in the country we do not have a government body that really makes sure that they hold people accountable. And so even if something as simple as our Zobo now becomes very popular and everybody has a name for it now, we cannot take credit for the recipes that originated from our country. And then this becomes a problem. People can buy our Zobo from our markets, but when we come to the market, the ones that come from Nigeria are not accepted. And this is my pain point. And I just wondered, how does that fit into this
conversation?
Export.
Okay. I'll let you answer that and also bring in our government
I
representative.
actually don't have an answer.
Yeah.
I'm curious to
Okay.
hear. Okay. Thank you, Titi. Titi, please. Yeah.
Okay, so what we can do is, yes, I was going to say we have to direct that to your mic. You can please stand up and just.
Okay, I'll do a brief introduction. Titi Akinsami, if you were here yesterday, day to day it's IP, but I'm a policy wonk. And that's why, to a large extent, I do have an answer. A lot of that, what you have referenced, is based on the fact that a couple of things. One, it's first to market. There are regulations actually in Nigeria that speaks to standards if you're going to be exporting food. whether in raw form or in cooked form or in made form. However, some of the challenges that has been encountered is the fact that the standards are not nationalized, so to say, but are sitting in pockets. So what you just referenced, for example, part of that is sitting within the Ministry of Agriculture, which is not as enabled as it should be in Nigeria. Part of it is sitting somewhere in a funky way within the IP policy. Some of it is sitting within the ministry that is in charge of exports. So to the point I was making yesterday on our panel, the need to be able to coordinate to support our export business is important. Prior to the minister becoming Minister for FMITI, when she was the head of PBEC, one of the things I truly enjoyed with having PBEC in place was the fact that it would help you navigate. But there's an onus on the entrepreneur that you actually know what laws you need to engage with so that you can have the right labels. So I'm aware that there are businesses out of Nigeria that have the right licenses and can bring Zobo in. And Zobo is not special to us, by the way. Yes. That can bring a range of food in, even into countries like Canada that have stringent laws and they pass them out.
Thank you for that. We'll take one final question, and I'll be asking that question today just to bring the narrative back into our topic of the creative economy as an employer of skill. As an employer in that industry, I find out that there's an issue with, or there's a disparity with talent and price. In today's market, a lot of people that are employed in the creative industry, because this is an industry of personal talent that has to be groomed, but people do not understand the level of grooming that is necessary. From your experience, how have you had to deal with it when you hire somebody and 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, they believe they have the skills to break off on their own and start their own thing? You begin to see every female who has done 1 month of training with a makeup box. And not just the makeup box, charging exorbitant prices for a service. Sometimes their quality of service is not reflected in the work that they, in the prices that they charge. And this, I want to say, is actually a big challenge in the industry, because when you then want to open up institutions to employ this labor, you're faced with the risk of saying, I'm going to spend 6 months building you. I'm going to spend 1 year building you up, only for you to wake up one morning and move. How have you tackled that? How would you advise younger entrepreneurs coming into this industry that are going to face this thing with the quality of labor? How can you advise us to go ahead with that?
Thank you very much for that question. But number one, as an entrepreneur, I often tell people that we're not just in the country that we're from, we are still a developing country. There are a few things that can't change now. They can't change immediately. One of them is that if you are an entrepreneur and you're, I always say, you're also a trainer. You're a school. You are a values champion. And so when you see your business not just as a place where people come and again, it's a thing that people will stay forever. Our country is still. I often tell entrepreneurs that if you choose not to stay, it impacts your business. If you choose not to train them, when they leave, our country is better. So train because it's important, because it makes our country better, and in many cases makes your brand also better. And I benefit from that. People will leave, and young people are leaving all the time. But the question for you is, how do you systemize the business so it's not dependent on a person, including that one person? However, in terms of quality of service, I still believe that if we had more institutions are designed in a way that people are developed when they are in those institutions. If we had 100 house of tyrants, what you find is that there'll be a training model. People will be trained in leadership, they will be trained in the skill, they become refined. But when we don't have businesses that are built skill, we don't have the capacity to actually do it. If my business is still founded there, I'm still trying to use my personality, my presence, my personal relationships to build my business. I really have to train everyone who's going tomorrow. So we need more businesses that are skilled, And so when they are skilled, they have the capacity to train. because institution building is also about developing talent.
Thank you so
Thank
much,
you.
Tara.
Great question.
Can I ask from a personal point of view,
Yes.
as someone who was in corporate in international media for 25 years and has transitioned to entrepreneur?
In a great way,
I appreciate it. So what advice you have for me, a first time? What mistakes should I avoid in this building phase?
So first of all, I want to commend you for what you've done. I think it's very difficult to transition from corporate, especially at the level that you transition from CNN and being this well-known, celebrated CNN journalist. But having the courage to say, you know what, I am more than CNN. And I have much more to give to the world. And now you're telling our stories and celebrating Africa, African women, especially in this part of the world, to the world. Well done. Kudos to you for that. Thank you. I think you started well. If I was going to speak to you again to say, can we start to be consistent screening today, not to be too founder dependent today, so that as the business is being built, it's built in a way that is long-term design of building beyond yourself. You're lucky because you've been in corporate, so you know how corporate works. You can apply. In my case, I had to learn from the field. You already have that advantage. Apply it today. Don't be too founder-led, founder-dependent in such a way that if you decided 2 years' time you wanted a new MD to run the company, it'll be easier for you to do so.
Wonderful. I could listen to Tara all day. So much wisdom. Please give her an amazing, rousing round of applause. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you. Before you leave the stage, can I please invite the official photographer? All right. Thank you very much, everybody. Indeed, this fireside chat was very, very insightful. Our creative economy is one with a lot of potential. And I think some things were said on this chat that are worthy of mention. When someone tells you to build outside of yourself as an entrepreneur, it's a very, very important lesson. And do not rely on your personal network. I often have been, told that your friends don't make you rich. People who you don't know that actually make you the money, because your friends actually spend your money. That's why they're your friends. And Dr. Tara has been able to, she's been able to just, share that with us. To always remember that we're not doing this for money in the creative industry. You're doing it to build capacity. And if you build the right capacity and you attract the right consumer confidence, you are building yourself for success. So we want to again put our hands together for the wonderful time that we've shared here with Miss Tara. At this time, we've come to the close of this fireside chat. We wouldn't be having an immediate reception, but then we will be going. So I'd like to say we have about 5 minutes to stretch our legs. For those who have been here with us all day, you're familiar, but for those joining us for the first time, you are aware there's 2 exits at the back, one at the left, one at the right. However, it's just house policy. Please stand up, take a break, get something to drink while we get ready for the next session. The next session today will be time order, navigating shifting geopolitical alliances. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and we will speak soon. Oh, my laptop. Thanks, guys. And talking about cultural exports, I think we've done a great job in executing that with our food in this outing. I've seen people from different nations flocking in just to have an experience that they may not have, had the opportunity of having. And so we're happy that, we did make this happen. I actually want to personally just, give the flowers to the individuals that made sure that this happened. We're showing that that we're ready. We're actually beginning to export our culture. Understanding that everybody is enjoying the food at this time, we're ready to start the session. I would like to get the audience to please make from the back reception area and fill up the seats in front so that we can go ahead and invite the next panelists and moderators to stage. Please, if you can get the volume on the back speakers up so they could hear me. The food is so good that they may not be able to hear. Can I get everybody at the back to please make their way to the front? We are ready now to start the next session. If you are not here for the session, please, 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 we need you to be quiet. And if the area is not available, we might have to escort you out of the building. We need one house. We ask everybody in the building to please make their way to the front and give your attention. We do not want side conversations happening during these sessions. There are people here with good intent to learn, and we want them to have that opportunity without any distractions. Continuing on our theme today, Time Africa is the title of our next segment. Nigeria's strategic position in the new global order, navigating shifting geopolitical alliances, is what we're about to discuss today. We know that times are shifting. Dare I say, there is a new scramble for Africa on the horizon. It's not slavery the way we knew it before, and I will be very raw. But however, it is for our resources. The only difference is that this time Africa is actually rising to say no. No more are we going to stay in a place where you only come and take our natural resources. No more are we going to continue to play in zero value export. Now we are ready to take our place in the global stage. And we are saying, come and invest in us. The climate has been made ready for you. Come and build these facilities with us. Because now we want to be an exporter of value, not just an exporter of raw materials. And that is the shift in geopolitical alliances that we are about to navigate in this next panel. So without any further ado, I would like to introduce our moderator for this event. She was just on stage, but I didn't get a chance to let you know about this wonderful lady. We have heard her name so many times today. The wonderful Stephanie Busari is an Emmy, Gracie, and Peabody Award winning journalist and a powerful force in African storytelling. With 25 years of experience in global media, including 16 impactful years at CNN International, Stephanie pioneered the network's first digital and multi-platform bureau globally. This initiative significantly expanded CNN's reach and impact across African continents. Having departed CNN, she has now established her own company, SBB Media, where she empowers organizations and leaders to amplify their impact through strategic communication, public relations, public speaking, and authentic storytelling. I can go on and on and on about Stephanie, but then I would like to make mention that Stephanie did engage in a TED Talk, and Stephanie TED Talk have garnered over 2 million views, establishing her as a sought-after speaker, a host, and high-level panel moderator. She is also the founder of TEDx Brixton and divides her time between Lagos and London. So, ladies and gentlemen, she is actually very apt to moderate the session. Her bio says it all. And at this time, I would like to invite Stephanie Basari to the stage, where she shall go ahead and invite the rest of her panelists on board. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you. I'm sure you're all sick of the sight of me, sick of talking, but this is a very important panel, and it's one that we convened with Time Africa, and I'd on stage the Managing Director of Time Africa, Josh Wilson. Round of applause. And next to join Josh on stage with me is Ayo Shotiri, who is the CEO of the Bank of Agriculture of Nigeria. And now this other panelist needs no real introduction. She's a social media, well, she's a social commentator on social media and has gained huge popularity. I once made the mistake of commenting on one of her posts, and I'm still getting likes on that comment. And I want to delete it, but I don't want to delete it because she's just such a special person, and her take on geopolitical issues on the continent are so insightful. So I'm really pleased to have her on this panel. Charmaine Hayden, please join us. Okay, so we're talking about Nigeria's strategic position in the new global order and how the country is navigating the shifting geopolitical alliances. It's no secret that the global order is undergoing significant transformation, and Nigeria, often described as the giant of Africa, stands at a critical juncture. With Africa's largest economy, the most populous nation, a young dynamic workforce, Nigeria is uniquely positioned to influence and benefit from emerging geopolitical realignments in the world. This setting, the World Economic Forum in Davos, provides an ideal platform for us to explore Nigeria's strategic opportunities and the leadership responsibilities that the country has in this evolving landscape. So I'm just going to throw this open to the panel, and just talk about where does Nigeria go, in this balancing act between Western partnerships and South-South cooperation. We've seen that they're trying to align with, the BRICS nations, but at the same time they have their Western kind of alliances. They're in the middle there somewhere. Where does the country go as they navigate these precarious alliances? Charmaine, do you want to start us off?
Yeah, Nigeria needs to position itself. Okay, one of the most important things is understanding that diversification has been something that has lent a strength to Nigeria as it is, right? However, when making deals with BRICS, it's important for Nigeria to understand that beyond just becoming a consumer, you need to actually, as one of the, it takes up 70% of ECOWAS, right? It has a potential to be a region leader, but is losing a little bit of edge to what's going on surrounding, right? And also internal conflicts. But if it ends up just being a consumer of BRICS rather than a partner, or someone who is taking the lead of someone, I call her, yeah, then there's a big problem. So I think the main thing is defining the strategy and then moving away from consumerism and towards actually being a major player. I feel like seeing Nigeria House in Davos on this strip was a phenomenal first step in visibility. Welcome to the global stage, but it's really important that we're actually beginning to be proactive to the new global strategies as opposed to reactive. Otherwise, it's in the same way they're scrambling for Nigeria. Nigeria is scrambling to decide on his. So without a clear strategy, a clear roadmap, it's very problematic.
Okay, thank you. I'd like Josh to pick up on that point. Everyone's scrambling for Nigeria. Nigeria's trying to position itself. Where does it go?
Yeah, no, it's a good question, and I would echo a lot of Charmaine's sentiments. I think that
economic independence is extremely important. If we look at the emerging markets that have done so well, specifically in the Gulf regions that have been around for 60 or so years now, one of their key primary element in the first instance was to make sure that they had economic independence over natural resources and utilization of that and trading of that. That was such a key to be able to then attract the best talent and obviously build internally as well. Very, very important as a primary first step. And you're seeing that with so many great Nigerians that are pushing forward, such as Dangote and others that are trying to create economic independence, albeit obviously with some internal kind of pushback, unfortunately. But he's obviously still kind of trudging forward and trying to make those key steps to make a change. So I think that ends up being a really, really critical positioning in the first instance. And from there, you can really end up building and creating something that is very unique with the right partners. And I think Nigeria is in a very unique position in that it actually has unbelievable innovation, unbelievable sporting achievement across the diaspora. A lot of people in the Caribbean have Nigerian descent. It's an amazing, amazing country with an amazing, obviously, group of individuals from many different ethnic backgrounds. Very similar, in scope to the US, I think, in that sense, for an ethnic grouping perspective. So it has all of the talent there. And the other thing I think that's extremely unfair about Nigeria is how it is labeled oftentimes. From a global standpoint, we sometimes fail to notice the amazing stories that come out of Nigeria and the amazing people that are within Nigeria that are innovators and creators and entrepreneurs and business people. And you see those metrics when you go to other countries like the US. The Nigerian diaspora is one of the best university ranked ethnic groups out of any in the world. But we don't hear a lot of these stories. The stories oftentimes we hear are negative and they get bloviated out of proportion. So I think it's so, so important to remember that and to be able to galvanize around the fact that Nigeria has all of the tools to be great, and they already have great things happening. And I think it's important that is shared across our narrative from a media perspective, so that people have an understanding and that economic independence is a viable and important element to be able to start and grow from.
Thank you for those thoughts, Ayo. Let me come to you. Agriculture is one of our key industries that could really power an alternative economy, and you are, at the helm of investing and really growing that sector. So, what is the push forward? How does this industry kind of help us to build this potential that everybody talks about that Nigeria has?
Thank you, Stephanie. Let me start by saying um, the world of multilateralism is shifting very quickly, where you need to worry about your country before you start to worry about other countries. So for me, economic sovereignty is very important, and you hear Mr. President talk about food sovereignty all the time in Nigeria. I think I got hired to play a very prominent role in economic diversification in Nigeria, where you want to deliberately catalyze investment in the agriculture sector. We have a very unique advantage, which is 80 million hectares of land, arable land in Nigeria, that can be intentionally developed. It starts with supporting, the smaller the farmers who actually make up the agricultural landscape in Nigeria by financing them with different type of instruments, blended financing instruments, raising capital from global north, um, partnership with BRICS countries, so actually crowding capital and most importantly, technology expertise as well into Nigeria. So far, we have, I'd say we've aggregated about $45 billion in terms of cash and promissory notes in Nigeria to finance each smallholder farmers in Nigeria to start to produce food in a more productive way. What I mean by that is Nigerian farmers will produce between 1 to 2 tons per hectare because they use grains instead of seeds. But with the right type of seeds, you can actually finance them using the right seeds to produce between 6 to 10 tons per hectare. So productivity can move from producing 5 million tons of food with 5 million hectares to 50 million tons same with irrigation as well. Many farmers can farm all year round. So these are models that have been adopted in other African countries as well, where we can become, food secure before we start to think of exporting to GCC countries or, the global north. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for that. Can I stay with you and talk about some of the things that you're doing at the BOA? And, how can we attract young agripreneurs? How can we make your sector, which shows so much promise, how can we attract young people to see this sector as a viable kind of place to work in, invest in a place also where there's such a great need for job creation?
Um, I would call to employers to think about 85% of the population in Nigeria and across Africa. Because if you think about the population of Africa, you have less than 10 to 20% live in the cities, right? Everyone else live in the rural areas and the very agrarian in nature.
For subsistence.
For subsistence agriculture,
Right.
correct. That's all about now and in Africa because we can't leapfrog from 1 hectare to producing food on 10,000 hectares. It requires a lot of capital. So for me, it's not a dream, it's not a wish. But let's talk about now and how we can sort of build these farmers from producing 10 tons to make X amount to scale into becoming bigger farmers. So for me, in getting youth into agriculture, we need to completely change the narrative, right? As our president would say, we need to make agriculture and it starts by, a little, I'd say, reposition of, the agriculture sector, making people know that it's actually not a way of life, it's actually a business that's very profitable. I challenge anyone to put it to test. Smallholder farmers actually make 100% profit if they get the right type of financing, right? So for us, we're financing farmers to develop capital, giving them 9%, and also working with them with extension services to ensure that they increase their yield. Once yield to increase, and you can see that way of life, everybody come on board. Lastly, we also just started a guaranteed minimum pricing scheme in Nigeria, where every farmer that produces food knows the market to absorb the harvest. Once we're able to do that, young people and everybody want to do this because whatever you plant, there's someone to take it up and take it up at a good price. So for us, we put all this into an ecosystem. I think it would leapfrog even the GDP of Nigeria dramatically because now we can now start to say, how do we add value addition to this? Whatever is going out, we need 30% minimum for value addition.
Thank you. So Charmaine, let me continue and let's talk about the P word, potential. How can Nigeria translate its demographic and economic weight into actual negotiating power without becoming a proxy battleground for competing global powers?
I think there's one word, and that's action. I think Nigeria's potential has been being explored for almost a lifetime. And we have to understand that Nigeria is one of the youngest countries and one of the youngest continents, yeah, right? One of the youngest countries, and it has so much potential, but it is also fragmented. And I think fragmentation is one of the big stories for Nigeria, not just in terms of how the people in Nigeria feel, not just in how it feels within its region and its supposed bloc, and also how the talent and how the access and the reach to scale is affected. We just spoke about agriculture, and one of the main things that needs to be understood is in order to scale, there needs to be a long-term plan, but there also needs to be value systems that are put into place, as you rightfully said, that enable people to feel like, actually, this could be sexy. Yeah, because I know that, let's use Nigeria's textile industry as a great example. If I was to grow cotton, which grows in Nigeria, okay, and not export it to in which I'd have transit fees and re-import fees to have the fabric, to have the conversations that we had earlier about our IP and the usage of our cloth and where it comes from, and also being able to have a hold on that. If
you're exporting your raw materials, when they come back to you and get reintroduced to you, it makes it a little bit more technical when you're looking at your IP, right? Because the origins of the finished product are diversified. So what needs to happen is making sure that there is a full value chain and that everybody who plays a role in that is clear, is transparent, that all the egos of those who are at the, I don't know, heads of state or heads of companies have gone out the window, and that there is a true diversification of the structure of the country. Forget all of like no one cares who you are, right? If you want a better Nigeria, I challenge everyone in the audience actually really quickly. Can you give me a show of hands if you think the most important person to change Nigeria is the president? If you think that the Minister of Agriculture is the most important person to change Nigeria? What about the CEO of the head bank in the Bank of Nigeria? And how many of you think that it's you? Yeah, it's not it's every Nigerian. Like the diaspora lends a hand. What is what actually a really good point is understanding the role that that the diaspora play, but also the role that the diaspora do not play. Because sometimes what happens is we as a diaspora, we come back to Nigeria and we're like, oh, I feel like I have a plan. I know what can make Nigeria better. And actually, we don't know. And sometimes we build in colonizing ways. Yeah. So we're talking about the man who is a colonizer. When we come with our own nuanced understanding of what Nigeria needs, and we start to dictate. And we think we know better sometimes. And that's not always the case. Sometimes we have the advantage of seeing a more global view, but then we don't understand the nuance on the ground. And as someone who has invested capital across sub-Saharan Africa for the last 5 years, I understand very clearly that when I thought I was going to go and make my first investment into Ghana, I thought I knew what I was doing. I know about investment ecosystems. I've built a business. I've sold a business. I know what I'm doing. I didn't have a clue. I didn't understand the landscape. And then when I had gone from Ghana to invest, and I kind of got my portfolio up a bit, I went to Nigeria, 45 minutes away. Very, very different landscape altogether. And not understanding exactly what is being offered is something that causes that fragmentation and causes problems. And if we understand that each individual is special in their own right, people frown often at the farmer because they seem like they're at the bottom of the food chain. But without that person who is planting that seed to help the big pineapple factory to churn out products that they export to Europe or wherever it is, they may end up being the one that's the multi-billionaire, but they are nothing without that farmer. So it's about making sure that there is an equal economic spread that makes sense. The most important thing that people need to see is that they are valued. We speak about numbers on these panels all day. We talk about the population of Africa, of Nigeria all the time, but we have to understand these figures mean nothing if the people are not humanized. Yeah, the government can walk around and say, yeah, this is great, but without the humans that live in Nigeria, believing in Nigeria, believing in the produce in Nigeria, what we can export from Nigeria, and what we can maintain to make sure we have food security, which is more important than all of it, because we should be looking from a strategic point. I know that the finance minister, when he opened this house, he said that Nigeria's focus. Sorry, I'm rapping. Nigeria's focus is to become a little bit more economically self-sufficient, looking for less on foreign investment, more locally, which is important. But you need to make sure that what is being presented is a secure Nigeria, yeah, where people feel like they're happy, they're fed, that they're not worrying about where the next meal is coming from or how they're going to get to work because traffic, can't afford to get to work, etc. When those problems are satisfied in the micro term, the macro gains Nigeria is actually fantastic at. This administration, the macro perspective, from my opinion, is pretty sound. But the micro stuff and the communication of what that micro strategy is having to be figured out by people, which is a problem because if it's being figured out and people's competency rates aren't that high, then it makes people start to make their own narrative. I will leave you on that. I get in the nod. Sorry, guys, I get really passionate. No, we love the passion, absolutely. So I will come back to you because I want to pick up some points that you made there. But Josh, let me bring you in about this potential, the P word, the demographic. We've heard it, the youth bulge, the population size, the a higher population than and the US in, how many is it's said. How can it translate that to your negotiating power into economic weight that will benefit all Nigerians? Because when you hear Nigerians talk about it, like you were saying, Nigerians do not believe, many Nigerians do not believe in the country at a granular level. Many are like, oh, we're suffering. The government's doing nothing. There's a narrative that prevails when people talk about that, and obviously there's a disconnect. So you're looking in from the outside. You're not Nigerian, and you publish an influential magazine and talk to people in different sectors. What
Well, yeah, thank you. I think regulation is extremely important, honestly, in this. Unfortunately, it's something that is very, very key to any growing market. It can't be ignored. You do need to have regulation that's strong that allows your innovators to be able to innovate. If you do not have that regulation, it stifles growth, it stifles that development. And oftentimes that's what we see from markets that don't end up developing at the speed that they do. As we've already gesticulated on this panel, we know that Nigeria has amazing talent, and we know what the numbers are going to be, and we know what the economics of that situation look like. The issue oftentimes is that if you have a public sector that isn't supporting and helping those entrepreneurs grow, whether that's in agriculture or any other area, it's very, very hard then for development to take place. That's really where the public sector needs to step in and create these rails and create these vehicles in order for innovators to innovate. It's so, so key to believe not only in your population, but your country and what that attracts. And when you look at successful emerging markets based on the data of today, that's the one thing they have in common. Be creative and financially secure and not get taxed out the nose. You're seeing, in the UK right now, just losing entrepreneurs, losing millionaires all of the time, and it's because the regulation currently isn't that good. And so they're being lost to countries that have better regulations. And so I think that's how the public sector can really help. And then on top of that, there needs to be a periphery and an ecosystem that celebrates, I mentioned before, the positive things that are coming out of Nigeria. It's important to realize that momentum needs to be created, in these areas, right? We talk about things like Afrobeats, for example. Last year, Afrobeats made just over $100 million. Around 2% of that stayed in Nigeria, which is just outrageous. Most of it went to other countries, so it's the US and to PE firms, all these different things. And these things need to stay. And Charlene mentioned a point about exports. There's a story about raw cashew nuts leaving Nigeria, being packaged in Vietnam, and being sent back to Nigeria to be sold. And so once again, it's that company that ends up reaping benefits oftentimes from a processing and packaging standpoint of the Nigerian market, which doesn't make any sense. And as was said, that makes them more consumers than IP holders and innovators, and that is a massive, massive issue. And so, ergo, the public sector needs to still, private citizens can't do that. That's a differentiation, isn't it? Private citizens can't change that themselves. They're the innovators. They're the people that you should be supporting, as much as possible, in order for that to become a positive reality. And so, the more that we can push and make sure those changes happen across sectors, I think that Nigeria, once again, extremely exciting market, very, very different. Go to the other, outside of Nigeria, the 55 markets we have on the continent, all very different. We have investments in a lot of them. They're completely different regulatory frameworks. Some are better than others. But Nigeria needs to realize, I think, from my perspective, that it has amazing, amazing talent, and it needs to give the rails for that talent to grow and flourish.
Ayo?
Yeah, on buttress, what people say, but I'd like to sort of put some perspective to it, this discussion. Maybe we don't realize the potential because we don't really know the numbers. average median age in Nigeria is 18 years. A very, very, very youthful population. In agriculture, I keep repeating it. 18 million hectares. You need just less than 1 million hectares to feed the entire GCC country, right? Now, when you talk about what we have, which is most important for Nigeria, is actually our human capital. Whether in entertainment or in other very technical fields, sports, you name it. What we need to do is to build on what we have as a comparative advantage, which is youth population, and actually train our youth to be captains of industry. I mean, for us at the Bank of Agriculture, we have 110 locations across the country. We've said every floor in each of our buildings will be used for agri-tech. Don't come with money, come as you are. As long as you pass a screening test, we will support you. So just, create and with them co-create and innovate. So if we start to do this in the respective sectors, I really believe it's going to be the entire world.
Okay, so let me stay with given countries' challenges, from insecurity to infrastructure deficits, brain drain, and the things that are well documented. How do you convince skeptics that the country is ready to lead continentally and is ready to address some of these issues you talk about, and serious about fixing these problems? How do you convince those skeptics?
So everywhere you go, everything is the narrative. We're going to continue to put out the right narrative there. I feel safer in Nigeria than in Chicago, right? Or even my next door country, which is South Africa, right? We have brands South Africa who pushes out the good things about South Africa every day. We need to be ambassadors of Nigeria, pushing out the right narrative there. No country is without problems. Yes, we have infrastructure deficit in my own sector, logistics infrastructure, maybe 2% coverage, storage infrastructure, maybe 3%. But this creates monstrous opportunities for foreigners to actually come into Nigeria to invest. And so absorptive capacity for investment in Nigeria in the agriculture sector was no bound. Even if I want to invest $20 billion in storage infrastructure, I can't even touch, I can't even dent it. I can't dent the requirements. So for us, it's about how you position the narrative, what you sell to um, uh, the West. For agriculture, how do we package this into viable projects and just sell that as investment opportunities rather than to talk about all the deficits that we have and things that are not working. So for me, it's to change that for all of us. What do we see out there? What message are we preaching to people looking at us from the outside? And that's what we are doing.
Okay, thank you. Charmaine? Trust. One of the biggest flaws in the system in Nigeria is trust. The people don't trust anybody who's in power. They don't trust anyone who speaks positively about the country. I get so much abuse online for speaking positively about Nigeria, literally abuse. I was, like people telling me you've been paid, it's impossible. There's no reason that you would be speaking positively about this nation. And I'm like, why wouldn't I? I can see the talent. I can be optimistic, but I also understand that I have had a different privilege of not being tired out by the system because I've been external to them and looking in, right? So I can put my head in and be like, oh, it's great. Here's where the talent resides. Here's where the GDP is actually improving genuinely. Here is where I have the privilege of looking at it at a macro level. Whereas if you're living the day to day and you're like, okay, I'm arguing with the market seller about Gary prices, I ain't got time to look at the macro level. But the voices that are going to be the biggest ambassadors for the country are proud Nigerians. And Nigerians are very proud, even the ones who complain. Yeah. And I saw that when I did my letter to Nigeria, I did a post about a letter to Nigeria, just reminding everyone how great Nigeria is. And the resounding response I got from that showed me the heart of a Nigerian is a proud person. Thank you. That's really insightful. So let's talk about the elephant in the room. I think that Nigeria's obviously come under the crosshairs, if you like, of the United States. And, there's been a lot of talk about Christian genocide. There's been a lot of talk about, there was even military action taken in Nigeria in conjunction, the country says, with the military forces of the country. So anyway, the elephant in the room for me is Trump and the kind of like the very, very different rules of diplomatic engagement that we have right now. And funny enough, I was in a panel, and Nigeria's foreign minister was on the panel, and one of the questions I asked him was, "Are you going to change the way you engage with the US?" Because the rule book has been ripped up, and the rules of engagement, diplomatic engagement, no longer apply. Should Nigeria be changing tack in the way it deals with the juggernaut of this administration that's kind of coming for everybody and making threats? And how should Nigeria deal with that?
I think the Trump conversation is a really interesting one. I think the expectations of us as the people who are in the receipt of constant timeline updates from Trump, yeah, as to what he's doing, when he's doing it, how he's doing it. We forget that governments are supposed to be transparent but have a level of opacity. And when you look and you study carefully the moves that are being made, the moves towards de-dollarization, the strategic moves by Nigeria and as a continent as a whole to get a hold of the situation. People say, do what Burkina Faso did. Just, get rid of the West. When you look at the size and the magnitude of the ties and I'd call them nooses around not the leaders' head, the country's heads, the debts, the strategic partnerships, to undo them takes time, right? And we have to be realistic about that. And if you start to look at the peddling that's been happening, the diversity. I mean, South Africa and there's a better position than Nigeria, but Nigeria would struggle, but it wouldn't completely fall apart if it moved away from US dependency. And there are, moves, perhaps new rails that are being put in place to replace existing ones, moves towards diversification of trade partners, etc., that are taking place, like action, not just the talk that we've been hearing for years. So I think that what we need to understand is that great nations need time. It's a young nation first. It's a nation that is developing and has been developing. It's a young nation that has been stifled. I mean, imagine being drowned, coming up for water, and everyone expecting you to run immediately. You're like, can I just have a breath, please? Do you understand? So it's just about kind of understanding what that journey should look like. My only problem with the is not being transparent about what roadmaps look like. If the people of Nigeria are very resilient, okay? If you tell us, I don't know, it's going to take 5 years and we're all going to, like, ribs are going to be touching, but after 5 years, it's going to be great. I know it can't be a definitive number, but a rough guideline, then Nigerians will be like, okay, cool, we can manage. With a community, we can manage and manage it. But with no clear guideline, it becomes the problem. And Trump is like a small child throwing his toys out the pram and actually ultimately potentially disempowering himself and his own nation. I don't know whether it's for personal gain or whatever. I'll leave that speculation for another day. But I think people should leave them to their devices, see what relationships can be maintained and which ones aren't. It's not as simple as just cut ties.
Okay. Josh, how should Nigeria deal with the Trump threats?
You know, it's a fascinating thing. I think everyone's having to deal with this, in a way that is unique, right, unto them. And he has taken absolutely no prisoners, even with his own partners. The special relationship with the UK out the window. All of the partners they've had in the past, they've led together, they've traded together, doesn't care. So I think Nigeria, like every other country, has to navigate that in a way that is obviously beneficial to them. Be very mindful of who he's attacking as well on the African continent. So Nigeria and the Christian genocide, Ethiopia and the Dam, South Africa, the apparent genocide of Afrikaners. So it's very interesting. The countries, all of our biggest markets outside of Egypt and Morocco, are the ones he's attacking the most, and that's probably not a coincidence, right? So I think that that needs to be kept in mind when it comes to. I was speaking with Minister Lamola yesterday from South Africa in the room of the Oval Office, and when President Ramaphosa was there, it's like I've just never seen anything like this in all my years of diplomacy. And that's the thing with someone like him is that it's changed the vanguard in the way that we see of oftentimes how we've seen politics, as was discussed before. So I think we need to make sure that with Nigeria there's trade partnerships that work. We can obviously still trade with the private sector. There's been countries that have been at war that have still traded energy. I mean, it's just finding those areas that make sense, and then not pursuing the areas that don't make sense. And you can't be bullied by him. Like that's the thing. He's a bully, right? And that's how he approaches it. The whole thing with Norway. The Norwegian government doesn't control the Nobel Peace Prize, but he's saying that they do, and that they're meant to put pressure on the Peace Prize committee. And Norway's not going to do that. It's not in their wheelhouse. It's absurd. So much of it is just an absolute absurdity. And I think that that's what people need to realize is that he utilizes these things in order to get what he wants of it. As I mentioned personally, business wise, public sector wise, who knows? But I think that needs to be kept in mind with someone like him. And Nigeria has the opportunity to utilize that to position themselves in a way that is strong. He's not going to be there forever. At least we don't hope. He might stay another for a third term. But he's not going to be there forever. So it needs to make sure that it's able to utilize the situation in a way that makes sense, and that it allows it to continue on a positive trajectory, and push forward as and when it can.
Okay, Ayo.
Am I sure I'm allowed to? I mean, I'm of a very different opinion. Nigeria, in its current position, has to be agnostic to trade partners, right? Irrespective of all the turmoil, you know anything happening. So for me, America is a trade partner. We focus on every other rhetoric. I think we should put it aside. Show of hands here if anyone has seen cocoa tree grow anywhere in the US, Arkansas, Texas. It doesn't grow. It grows only in Africa. We have a competitive advantage over that, right? We would rather sign a trade deal. Let's farm more cocoa for you because you have tooth and you continue to eat chocolate. So I'll use that to my strength. It's an advantage I have over everyone else. I'll just capitalize.
Fantastic. We've run out of time for questions, but I would like to bring some questions in from the audience. Do we have anyone with any burning questions?
All right.
We
Good
have one in
evening.
front.
We have some time to take about 3 questions. Ask for the questions as usual to be very direct. Please maintain 1 question. And for the panelists, please also be concise with as many questions as possible. And I'll just start from the front to the back. I saw 3 hands, and so I'll give 3 of them.
Thank you very much. My name is Oluwatomisin Olawuwo. I'm from Nigeria. I'm actually a medical doctor who is also a farmer. So it's quite very interesting to have the CEO back of agriculture here. So you made mention of something which caught my attention. You said farmers currently make about 100% of profit. But then we have things like post-harvest losses, there's glut in the market. The market entry is sometimes difficult, especially for farmers who want to export. What is your industry, or what is the Bank of Agriculture doing in terms of this, and how to mitigate this, and how to implement solutions that are actually, when I implement solutions that are not theory, but are actually practical? Yeah.
Thank you. You've asked many questions in one, but I'll break it down to you. The problem with the agriculture sector in Nigeria is fragmentation. I mean, you've got farmers in different silos producing different things. How do one person or one company go around to aggregate, commodities or from the farmers? It starts with a development bank like us. I would say creating opportunities for public good infrastructure, like storage infrastructure in different locations where farmers have, a particular aggregation point they can aggregate and take it to storage. In terms of what we are doing, we're trying to look at everything as one ecosystem. How to use technology to solve a lot of things. If I'm going to finance a farmer, I'm going to finance 5 million farmers. How do I give, financing to individual farmers and be able to monitor and evaluate everything they do? So we're trying to work with new layers of, I would say, private partners, aggregation companies who do everything for us, right? Each of them, like of Apex, Triva Greek, and all that, each of them, they support between 50,000 to about 100,000 farmers. So what we're trying to do is to categorize the big ones into tier one and find a way to graduate the tier four to tier three, tier three to tier two by giving them, patient capital. Once we're able to do that, they do from financing the farmer, giving them the right input, good seeds, good fertilizer, irrigation equipment, support services in terms of extension services and all that, and they aggregate from this different localities. Once they do that, it makes my life easier. I can now focus on raising more capital to give it to the right guys. Right? And if we say we have 10 companies, we also start to support the companies to grow. It makes my life easier as well. Now I can have coverage across the country. Whilst we're doing that, we can also start to talk about how we invest in storage infrastructure, how we invest in logistics infrastructure to take it from the farm to the market, and how we even do value addition, beneficiation of some of this produce to export, great quality and all that. So those are sort of the innovation that we're innovation because we've done it before anyway. But those are sort of the things we're trying to bring into the bank and agriculture sector as a whole.
Okay, thank you. Well, I said I'll go in order. We have a few more questions that are coming up. Time is running low, but again, please keep your questions to one question.
Okay.
And yeah.
I had two questions, but it looks like BOA has stopped the question I was going to ask BOA. But the thing is, across the spectrum, we've seen that the agricultural sector, I didn't introduce myself, I'm sorry, the agricultural sector, one thing we miss is in-country value addition. And that's what you had touched on, so I wouldn't push too much on that. But I just want to say that when you say Bank of Agriculture, hope you're not just looking at the crops, because majority of the farm produce that we have in our country, 60% of them do not actually get to markets. So there's something around an integration that the Ministry of Agriculture has to do with the Transportation Ministry to encourage that agricultural produce actually gets to end users. There are now times. My question is to you. South Africa, what do you do to help us laundry our image properly? Because what we need as a country is in-country value addition. So how can you help us? What stories, what narrative do you give out there to the global world to help us get investors for in-country value addition? Thank you.
All right. So can I say, please, would only answer the question to the Bank of Agriculture at this time?
Can we let time?
I know. Okay. 1 second. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. Let's answer the question to Bank of Agriculture.
Was there a question? There was no question.
Okay.
Let's ask time, please, to answer the question.
Okay.
Sure. Listen, I don't think that anything needs to be fabricated. I don't think things need to be laced with some kind of hyperbole. The stories are there as it pertains to Nigeria. They need to be told. The Bank of Agriculture, has done some amazing work. We gave the governor of Lagos an award in December at the G20 summit. Once again, some of his, as was mentioned, some of his macro level policies are absolutely fantastic. Some of the infrastructure policies have been fantastic. People don't know what's happening oftentimes. And so as a result, there is a massive glut when we look at media. And then also, and this is a really, really important point. So we actually have a venture holding company. We have 12 media brands, including Time, Billboard, Rolling Stone, Rob Report for Africa and or the Gulf. And I think it's very important to mention, when we look at Pan-African media, there's actually very few Pan-African media entities, and the ones that are there are generally run by the global north, right? So you look at CNN Africa, you look at the BBC Africa, TRT, DW Percent 77. They generally run out of the UK, the US, Germany. So they tell a perspective for a global north audience. They don't care about what comes to the diaspora, what comes to Nigerians, what comes to Africa. And that's a really important point. And that's why, for us, it was very, very important that you had Africans running these global platforms and were able to tell stories in a way that was conducive of what was actually happening on the ground and what impact was actually happening in countries like Nigeria and obviously across the entire continent. Outside of that, you have regional and local media brands. Punch in Nigeria, The Citizen in Tanzania, Business Day and News 24 in South Africa. People don't read them in other markets, right? But they will read Time, they will read larger brands, and that's why it wasn't a thing like, we want these global north brands. It's the fact that people trust these brands. They trust Billboard, they trust Rolling Stone, they trust Time, and so that's why we wanted to be able to utilize the vehicle. If it was another brand, we would have done that, right? And then we also have indigenous brands from the continent as well. But we've always looked at this, and we were talking with the African Continental Free Trade Area guys earlier. We've always looked at this as 56 separate markets, and then you've got SADC and regions that have corporations, but they've all been very, very separate. And that is the distinction, is now we're trying to do these things, free movement of peoples, etc., to be able to bring this together. Media is a massive, massive part in that. So to answer the stories, Time will tell those stories. We're committed to stories. Our journalists are committed to tell those stories. Our editorial team is committed to tell those stories, and that's what you will constantly see from us, is stories that are hard hitting and do tell the positive stories on the ground, as well as what is happening in the periphery too. And that's what we can guarantee to everyone across the continent, and everyone that's interested in the African continent, that is something that we will always be consistent on.
All right,
I think
thank
we have a
you.
question here.
We have one more question at the back. That.
Hey guys, my name is Tokwe. This question is for Ayo. How do you manage? I know agriculture is used for FX, right? I've spoken to a lot of farmers in Nigeria, and they tend to move their product outside the country for FX, right? How do you balance how the Nigerian local content is able to manage the cost of agricultural products if they have to come exportation, which is a big deal in the north? They basically export majority of their content outside the country, right? It makes sense. It didn't make sense to me earlier until someone who used to buy the product made it make sense. Like, why would I earn naira when I can earn dollar across Nigeria or Cameroon? So that means we're competing with those exports at the levels where we shouldn't be. How do we tackle that?
Okay. We don't need to tackle it. There's nothing to tackle. All we need to do is to increase our productivity by 500-600%. And there will be abundant food for the entire continent to take around. Once you're able to give farmers quality seeds and irrigation where they can farm 4 times a year. I mean, put it in perspective. Farmer farms once a year, literally equates for another cycle, 365 days before anything else. And I'm saying, if I can give them a solar irrigation kit, 1 to 5 power pump, submersible or surface pump, that costs me $700 or let's say maximum $1,000. He can farm 4 times a year. Even if I don't improve his seeds, it means he's doing 8 tons instead of 2 tons a year because he's farming 4 times a year. If he makes $1 million, that means he's making 4 million. If I give him better seeds and I increase his productivity by another 300%, he can make 21 million. It sounds unbelievable, but it's actually real. There are Chinese companies in Nigeria that sell seeds that gives you 9 to 10 tons per hectare. Chinese companies, seeds go from China. I'm just trying to go to the extreme, right? So it's about how intentional we are in actually following, a few laid down protocols that's designed by the Bank of Agriculture. If we're able to catalyze investment in the sector, invest in our seed companies to produce better seeds and enough quantity of seeds. If we're able to be ambitious and designed a $5 billion irrigation program where we say irrigation for any and every farmer in Nigeria. You should not farm without irrigation in Nigeria. We can, we can almost sort of criminalize it, right? If you're able to do that, you solve problems of climate change affecting, your productivity. You solve so many problems, right? So our mantra at the bank is productivity. That's all.
All right, thank you.
No, we have a final question here.
Good evening already. My name is Hendrik van der Ham. I have 7 projects. So the 7 projects actually to elevate quality of life. And I'm listened very well. And I see, Nigeria is actually the best and the fast growing economy in all Africa. And I love this. Next thing I want to ask, or the real question is, so what does it bring about to that Nigeria will be an example for the rest of Africa? And does it want to? And how will it be? How will it be? How will it be? How will we be doing this? This is the question.
I think the most important thing is establishing that P word that you spoke about, the potential to be a sustainable manufacturing hub, the potential for harnessing the increasing population, the potential for, because most people are realizing right now, for example, actually do everything that a human can do. It needs people to do the thing with AI. If you are making degree in tech, in understanding general competencies around food security, around how housing security works, about making sure that product cycles are completed within Nigeria. There's a priority with Nigeria for domestic investment and making sure that your utilization of both tourism, diaspora capital, etc., are utilized properly, then Nigeria's potential is going to be unmatched. It genuinely, like that P word, is both a gift and a curse. It's something that has been almost like an umbrella sheltering Nigeria from the rain. But sometimes, in order for the crop to grow, the rain has to fall. So it's just about kind of letting go of all of the excitement around it and actually just doing the work. Okay.
Yeah. Add something very quickly. Just on top of that, and I echo all the common sentiments. One of the people that a lot of people look up to as it pertains to leaders is Lee Kuan Yew, the first leader of Singapore, and he came with 3 really important rules. He completely eliminated corruption, in the country basically, and he criminalized it. I think you can get killed in Singapore if you're a corrupt politician. Number 1. Number 2, he made the national language English, which people were astounded at because they just got independence from the English and they thought they should get independence. But he dealt with the problems as they were at that specific time. And similarly, the third thing he did was around talent, and he said, irrespective of where they're from, we're going to get the best people here to build the best stuff. And that was it, even if they're English. People were appalled by this because they just broke free of the English, right? But he said, we're going to build the best economy possible that we can deal with the problems that we have right now. And China and the UAE specifically followed those exact same principles, and they became massive, massive growers from a market standpoint. And I think Nigeria has all the potential to do that. And I think those are 3 areas that are so key as it pertains to the growth of a market. And people forget China was poorer than Sudan in 1989, and now it's the economy is obviously growing dramatically. I can see Nigeria following a similar trajectory as long as it can deal with certain elements internally and stop that massive brain drain that happens oftentimes. We have amazing doctors and lawyers and all these different people that end up going abroad when you have an amazing country at home.
All right.
Okay, thank you very much.
Hold on 1 second, please. I have some power, so I was planning to extend the questions. You had a question as well that you wanted to ask? Well, you asked that question. I wanted to just maintain the order of how they had raised up their hands. That was all it was. Yes.
Thank you. My name is Chidoro Bitendo. I'm an investment lawyer. My question is to Mr. Ayo. I believe in goal achieving policies and implementation. So my question is for you mentioned food security, and you say there is no need of exporting agricultural products. we don't need we need to achieve food security first, which is the main mandate before we start thinking of exporting our food out there. So for agricultural products, I'm focusing on edible food. Now, how do Bank of Agriculture make sure that their investment in agricultural products, especially edible food, that those investments out there that people can be able to the farmers can be able to sell their products, and people can be able to buy this food and buy these products and eat it, use it for food. We can eat and we can have food because currently there's issue of diversifying agricultural products for um, biofuels. So how do Bank of Industry make sure that this food security is achieved and people get food to eat from the investment? Thank you.
Can I actually add to that? Is the true place for investment in the raw materials or in the processing? Because when you have a facility, you increase demand for raw materials in-house versus in line with providing food security versus allowing your farmer to be able to produce 4 times what he's produced, but then he still has 40% loss. He just has 40% loss of 4 times. Yeah, so he has so his loss is multiplied by 40% by 4 as well because demand has increased. It's still a barrier to enter for export. In food security, you said, is the investment in the right place? Is the investment with the raw materials, or should the investment that you focus on be in so that our export now has value versus our export having zero, and then us having to buy the refined product and people can't afford it.
Okay. Yes. Yes. So I never said Nigeria should stop exporting food. I never said that. If you look at intra and inter Africa trade and Nigeria's participation in that, you'd see a few non-oil exports that are agriculture commodities that will always continue to export. One, cocoa. Two, sesame. Right? I'm not going to lie to you to start saying that we should start producing chocolate in Nigeria. We don't have that, we don't have the culture, we don't have the appetite for it, right? However, even though we want to do beneficiation back home, can we strike an agreement with chocolatiers to actually give them raw cocoa beans and share revenue at chocolate level, right? In terms of how we look at the ecosystem, we look at it holistically. So we don't look at this particular crop, this particular part of the value chain. We need to catalyze investment in everything. So we're agnostic, right? It's just the level of capital that we have as a development bank, and even as a country, the sort of capital we can mobilize, within. So we're looking at external partners. We're looking at literally every type of instruments, philanthropic capital from abroad, concessional financing, just everything. And it's about how you capture your audience with the right I would say project, right? So project development is something we are trying to really focus on to be able to bring in investment into Nigeria. Then your question was about I think it's similar to the storage infrastructure deficit I said that we have in Nigeria. Yes, we can produce more food. People can do cottage beneficiation within the community. We're supporting that. The rice mills we've seen in Japan, in Thailand, are constantly $10,000. They can do less than I think 700 kg per hour. If I put them in a cluster in the community, it means they don't need to all take their paddy and start driving to the closest rice mill. If you start to do that, have real well done cottage industries with equipment, I think we can do that semi value add before it goes to final value add. So producing more food is not the problem. Um, it's actually what you do with the food after you produce it. Now, in terms of investment, you talked about either at primary production level or at processing. You need both. They go hand in hand.
Yeah.
Cocoa, for example, you have cocoa move from $2,500 return to $12,000 return between 2023 and now, right? It is because a lot of those trees are aging, like a golden goose who's laying the golden egg. They're tired. There's nothing you can do about it. Susceptible to diseases. They just can't give birth again. So that has ravaged a lot of the cocoa producing countries' revenue because you now have the traders in London, in New York, who are concerned about just trading the raw materials they get. No one invests in primary production. So you cannot leave primary production and not invest in it. When I was starting agriculture as an individual, it was a case of I jump into, the end of the value chain, or like start from the beginning of the value chain. After critical analysis, I decided to go into primary production because I knew this cocoa thing was going to happen. So I started that 7 years ago. Cocoa trees are fruiting now. It's my back. So you got to think about it from your lens. But in terms of investment, it has to be both places.
So I just have a quick question, something that just occurred to me about um, agriculture for pharmaceuticals. So I've spoken to a lady who grows bitter leaf, and according to her, the company that buys it from her, which is a US company, they can't get enough of it. A kind of national policy to grow, like linked to pharmaceutical kind of manufacturing, perhaps.
Simple answer is no. Hands up. And from my standpoint, I'm not a policymaker. I can only influence policies at the highest level, with the Minister of Agriculture. Um, but what we're doing as a bank is to look at, the critical value chains for us, our staple crops. How do we increase productivity in that? Now, if we're able to solve problems within that, staple crops and make sure we're food secure in Nigeria, we can now start to look all that non-conventional crops, jatropha, moringa, sorry, moringa, neem, beetle leaf we talked about. Tons and tons of them. So we are concentrating on developing these value chains out, and we're actually putting a lot of capital behind it as well. Show of hands, if you know, was one of the largest exporters of coffee in the 50s and 60s. Okay, may research so a lot of people don't have a producer,
Pyramids.
but forgotten about that. We're saying what has changed? Vision hasn't changed, soil hasn't changed, so we can grow coffee. You know the difference between Robusta coffee and Arabica coffee. It's like $20 to $300, right? And we have 3 locations in Nigeria where we can grow Arabica coffee that can get $300 to $500. The Plateau, Plateau Mountains in Plateau, in Taraba, Plateau, and also in Cross River. Collectively, we have over 3 million hectares of land there. Even if Nigeria decides to just focus on reintroducing coffee and growing coffee for the entire world, Arabica coffee, not even coffee grows everywhere. It's a $20 billion industry we can actually create from there. So it has to do a lot with research, a lot with data, actual intentionality of putting finance into right crop in Nigeria.
Okay. This is a fascinating conversation, and our panelists will be around, so please grab them. Please, can you join me in thanking them enormously for their amazing insights? We can do better, please. Give them a huge round of applause. Thank you so much. It's been a fascinating conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Please, we'll have the panelists stand up on stage so that they can have official photos taken. I want to thank everyone for being here. It's been a very, very long day. We're happy that you stayed with us this long. This conversation is going to breed another conversation with the next panel that is coming right after. We want to give you about 5 minutes to stretch your legs, to use the bathrooms if you need to. And then we're going to go right into the next session. And just to pick off on one of the last things that was said by Mr. Ayos when he spoke, data is where we're losing it. We're not capturing the data. Um, our next session, that will be starting at 6:30, will be focusing on who captures the value in Africa's creative economy. Who captures the value in Africa's creative economy? We ended the tone on the last conversation expressing the importance of data. So we're going to have some interesting people join us shortly. In the meantime, please stretch your legs, use the bathrooms if you need to, and have something to nibble on while we wait.
Every year gives us moments we plan for and moments that surprise us. But above all, every year gives us reasons to be grateful. In 2025, we expanded our reach and deepened our impact. 14 new retail stations were launched across the nation, each one representing growth, opportunity, and our commitment to service. We took our place in important conversations shaping the future of energy. At the Intra-African Trade Fair, Mrs. Azin May represented us, sharing insights through her interview. At NIES 2025, our managing director joined other women leaders in the energy sector as a guest panelist. At OTL 2025, our group managing director addressed trade and infrastructure bottlenecks in Nigeria's downstream energy sector. And at African Energy Week 2025, our Southern Africa team carried our story beyond borders. Beyond our business milestones, we remained committed to people and purpose. On International Women's Day, we visited Home Science Academy, where our female employees spoke to young girls about self-empowerment and confidence. On World Health Day, we prioritized well-being through comprehensive staff medical examinations. On Children's Day, we welcomed bright young minds to our aviation depot, Nepal Fly, giving them the opportunity to learn, explore, and be inspired by professionals in the field. We also took time to celebrate the people who make this journey possible. We marked the birthdays of our group managing director and our chairman. We celebrated International Youth Day alongside our university interns. Our commitment to growth and mentorship demonstrated at the Mentor Matchup Challenge 7.0, where we proudly sponsored, exhibited, and contributed through our staff panelists. 2025 was also a year of recognition. Our group managing director received the Vanguard Woman Entrepreneur of the Year award and was conferred with the Doctor of Letters, honoris causa, by the Federal University of Technology, Owerri. As we look back on the year, we are reminded that none of this was achieved by our strength alone. For every opportunity, every lesson, and every milestone, we give thanks. And as we move forward, we do so with faith, purpose, and a deep sense of gratitude for all that lies ahead.
I looked around and I thought about what was abundant in Nigeria, what existed, what opportunities were, and I decided to go into the oil industry.
We had this client that had a tanker that just how it started.
It's quite successful.
In the advent of the privatization era, they were thinking then of buying first Unipetrol.
It also was survival.
You then CEO that were interested in buying it. It looked like it was a joke.
That was the only way to ensure that we could continue our business.
To do something audacious, everybody does. But as soon as you show it can be done, everybody back you.
Lake Oil Nigeria Limited is an exploration and production company built to operate where it matters. Founded by Lekan Akinyomi, our assets span the Otakibo field in Iwameli, offshore Lagos in OPL 310, OPL 325 across the Niger Delta and Nahum basins, and OPL 276 in Akwa Ibom State. Our midstream arm, Cambridge LNG, delivers LNG production, logistics, and trading solutions designed for a cleaner, more flexible energy future. But energy for us is never just about barrels and balance sheets. In communities like Home to Otakibo, our investments go beyond production. They create jobs, strengthen local economies, expand access to essential services, and support community healthcare. Because long-term value only exists when people and environments around us move forward too. Together, these businesses form a diversified portfolio aligned to deliver sustainable value, strengthen critical industries, and support long-term economic growth across markets, while ensuring that host communities share in the benefits of development.
We've done so good. We've done so good up until now. I know we're restless. I know we've learned a lot. I need a pass. Okay, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Everyone here, can we make our way and sit down for the next panel? Please sit down for the next panel. Let's get the house quiet. One house. We've spent the greater part of today discussing the creative economy, looking at how to invest in the creative economy, and seeing how the creative economy is a great resource for employer, as an employer at scale. So at this time, I ask for everything to see. This session is very, very key because we've spoken about length, but one thing we haven't spoken about is how do we capture the of the creative sector. To help us do this today, we have our very own Stephanie Coker, Ajeri Nokun. A fun fact about Stephanie, she is the first Nigerian person to have her document on Amazon Prime. A great feat. And this is something we actually discussed about that, how do you make the creative economy impactful? Or how do where is the value from influence to income? So she's actually very, very perfect. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to keep on doing this until we have one house, please. Stephanie has tried in her own career how to monetize influence. And so it is only apt that she is here today to lead this panel session titled From Influence to Income. Ladies and gentlemen, Stephanie Coker.
Hi. Good evening, everyone. I believe this is the final panel for today, so we won't take too much time, but this is a very integral panel, a part of the creative economy and cultural exports discussion. So I'll get straight into it by introducing and inviting my panelists to join me on stage. First up, we have Nicole Asinugo, who is an award-winning writer, narrative strategist, and founder of Write Good Stories. She serves as head of communication African talent, global film, fashion, and policy. Applause. Thank you. Have Freddie Adimefe. He is the founder and CEO of Magic Carpet Studios, a leading African animation, gaming, and digital storytelling company. A Ford Foundation inductee, he champions authentic African narratives, hosts a creativity podcast, curates cultural initiatives, and has received global recognition for leadership and innovation. So I have to still tell you to clap. Oh. Thank you. Next up, we have Omomi Mokwede. He is the lead strategy and executionist of Nigeria House Davos, as well as founder and CEO of Eviola and Co. Integrated Services Limited, a creative technology and design company operating at the intersection of strategy, innovation, and immersive digital experiences. She leads cross-sector initiatives that connect policy, investment, culture, and technology, and oversees the strategic planning and execution of high impact platforms and experiences. One of them being the experience we are having here at Nigeria House. Double, please, I do not want to have to ask, but she has played such an integral role in bringing Nigeria House Davos to life. Please join us. Thank you. Woo! Last but not least, thank you. Last but not least, we do have Tyrone Foy. He is a founding partner at Aphasia, one of the UK's premier creative production studios. They produced work for figures such as Rick Rubin, Skepta, ASAP Mop, and Kanye West. He's currently working on a feature film, The Flash of the Spirit, based on the anthology of African history collated over 10 years. He's a founding member of the Black Swans, a legendary collective of founders from the African diaspora. He graduated from King's College, Cambridge, with a double first in philosophy. Please welcome Tyrone to the stage. I've seen him. Oh, there he is. Okay, so this panel is very interesting because we spoke about Afrobeats predominantly this morning, and now we're going to talk a bit more about the other creative spaces like fashion and script writing and film. But ultimately, the discussion is really about how we can use our influence to create an income. So, Nicole, I'll come to you first. You're a writer, and writers are usually the ones that put everything together in terms of the story, but don't always get, I would say, the mileage and the revenue from the end product. So, would you say this is a government? This is a legal IP governance, or just the onus is on the storyteller to ask for what they deserve?
Thank you, Stephanie. Good evening, everyone. I think I'll use my own lived experience to answer the question. I wrote a film called Living in Bondage, Breaking Free. And when I wrote the film, I was a writer for hire. And so the producers had the rights to the film, and then they contracted me to write. At the time, I was just happy to be in the room. I was just happy to be involved in such a big project. And I think because we have such a young industry, a lot of creatives are actually just excited to be part of the conversation, and they're not necessarily thinking about equity and IP and back-end access. And so personally for me, when the film came out in cinemas, there was all this excitement. And then when it was streamed on Netflix, and it's still streaming till today, I started to think like, oh, I wonder what deals were made.
Right.
I wonder, who is still getting those residuals from Netflix. And I wasn't in the room. And so I think that taught me a lesson about how talent can create value, but ultimately it's structure that captures really hard to think of it as, globally in the context of say, the West, there's no respect for ideas as assets. Whereas in Nigeria, we still we emotionally celebrate ideas, but we don't see ideas as equity. So take Netflix, for example. Mark Randolph was one of the co-founders of Netflix. And he didn't have capital, but he had the idea, he had that product thinking, he had that strategy, and he got 30% of Netflix because of his idea equity. So I think we start looking at our ideas more holistically and like something that we can actually bring to the table. We're not going to sign it off for a one-off payment, but you have to kind of know that.
Yeah, absolutely. And Ferdinand, Freddie, from what Nicole has touched on, how does focusing on a hard creative infrastructure like high-end animation labs like your own allow Nigeria to capture and keep value that typically leaks out to foreign post-production houses?
Okay. Good evening, everyone. Thanks for joining us and thanks for being here. So I wanted to show the 1 minute clip to show about the opportunities in the high-end animation space. So, Graham, if it's possible for us to play that, I would say that high-end animation allows for you to easily get an acquisition with the streaming platforms. And when we started at the time, our investors wanted us to get a pre-sale deal from Netflix. So it was a little bit of chicken and an egg. Netflix will give you a pre-sale deal without a complete film.
Yeah.
And you need money to complete the film, so we got stuck for a bit. Now, interestingly, animation wasn't even within the mandate of Amsterdam. You had to go all the way to the US to get licensing. But I want to also, do we have it yet? Okay. I'll pause for a minute and I'll
I hope you can all see somewhat.
the volume.
Oh, amazing.
Everything was done in Lagos. So backstory: when we started, we couldn't find people to hire. I think that I mentioned it at some point. So we went and we had to launch academy to train people to hire, right? That speaks to structural in Africa. But I think we're threading a needle all week. I'm glad that we're having this first. Wale Tinubu said something that was very profound. He said, even when he got into oil and gas 30 years ago, people were not interested in building refineries. Nigerians were comfortable exporting crude and buying refined petrol. On the other side, even where gas was being created, but people wanted to just buy the gas raw. So, in a sense, if you needed capital to build out an infrastructure pipeline, nobody was giving you money for that. He saw that as a gap and he said to move in that direction. Now, I think the DG of AFTA also said something about how we make about $100 billion, and only 2% of that in Afrobeats contribution to the global GDP. Only 2% of that gets to Africa. So we talk about, somebody mentioned in the last panel, we export cocoa and we import chocolate. So guys, I want you to see what's happening here, right? It's like we're a supply.
We are buying our products back.
We're exporting our product and buying them at premium. So why will you talk about Africa as a country of 250 million people and you have only 102 cinemas in the entire country? It doesn't yet translate because not enough people can see your film. So what we are seeing is that there is a lot of challenges in building in Africa as an entrepreneur. However, the reason I feel that capital hasn't trickled down is because a lot of the capital that comes to Africa is highly colonized. The capital was never designed to grow you. It was designed to extract from you. And so at the end of the day, it's about quick exit. If you want to grow creative industry, you need to stick it out. You have to participate in building the value chain and the ecosystem. It's not about getting in fast and getting out, right? So we need, and I think that's one of the gifts of Nigerian House Davos, that I'm even piecing it together. Yes, I was asking the question, how do we reimagine financing? But it also that it's not the women to reimagine. We have to reimagine. But in that moment, I clicked in my mind, capital has to come that is designed to grow Africa, to build the rails, the distribution systems, infrastructure. If not, we remain broke. You can talk about why 90% of our country live below the poverty line. It doesn't make sense. And we are the most resource continent. So I think we need a new conversation. That money has to come from a combination of the high net worth individuals in Nigeria and the diaspora bridging together. Because you own the continent. You're not trying to leave, you're trying to grow it. So if your money is in it, you will stick it out long enough to build those rails. So I really think we need new type of capital that can develop schools, help us build distribution system, wait 10 years, wait 5 years, and let it scale. So when we meet next year in Davos House, we're saying, okay, we've catalyzed this. And that catalyst is patient, that capital is patient. It is not putting you on unrealistic timelines. You are allowed to create and to tell your stories. If the capital is coming from a different culture, it will alter your story. It will not be authentic. It will take the lens of the man financing it. And don't be offended. Money has a language, money has a lens. We just need a new type of capital that can honor our story and our creativity. Because to change a continent, you have to first change their stories. Already breaking for poor stories. So we need new stories. And I think Africa is showing that we can do that. But we need more than just the stories. We need to own them. So Afrobeat is already showing us that we can travel. But how much of Afrobeat is coming back? When I was growing up, I used to rap Tupac and Biggie and everything, right? Because that was what I heard all the time. Now, for you to stay relevant in the global world, you have to Africanize.
Yeah.
I'm sure they're trying to reach out to some African artists. I want to jump on something with you. Because Africa is a new sound. But do we own the exports? Do we own it? Or are we just celebrating the influence but no income? Without the infrastructure, every influence will remain
Yeah.
influence.
I'd like Mommy to please touch on the infrastructure because you've been able to lead creative initiatives that have been able to connect policy and things like that. So could you just give us your 2 cents on infrastructure, especially as it is to do with the creative economy?
I think in recent times, what I've been seeing in Africa is we are starting to understand, or Africa and Nigeria, we're starting to understand that systems and processes are for us to actually like sort of turn things out. So before it's like we do things and it's just bam, 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 right? As opposed to actually following the steps. So like what Ferdinand was saying, he started to create. When he started creating, he realized that the specific talent that he needs to be able to achieve create the creations, the things that he's creating were not available. So he had to now start an academy. Now, when you're dealing in the creative economy sector, the infrastructure is extremely important. Like, I'm an interior architect by profession. I'm trained to take people into the future. So before this space was created, we had looked at it, of course, in AutoCAD to get the dimensions. We've raised it up in SketchUp, to look at the 3D. Then we've taken it into either V-Ray or Unreal Engine, depending on what experience you want to have to be able to see what this space would look like. Then we now start to go into the dynamics of actually looking at each and everything, the dimensions, send it to print, send it to that, choose the material, choose the color, and all of this is being done with software and hardware. You know what I mean? So why I'm saying it like that is because it's actually a process. So until we start to sort of break things down into systems and processes, it's it's uh, it will be hard for us to actually get the
Result,
results
right.
or to build the infrastructure required. You see, when you have to understand, especially with our naira, our currency, the in the West, the currency is a lot higher. So if you want to buy, like if you're earning money, for example, in this part of the world, and you want to buy an iPhone or you want to buy a computer, I mean, it's nothing, because your income to what you're making in Africa and in Nigeria, it's totally different. So we need a lot more of, I think, the foundations to come in and actually look at integral problems, you know, and key areas or key what I say, products.
I'll give you an example. Teo actually mentioned something as simple as data in Nigeria is actually quite expensive. So the people that are supposed to be watching movies, streaming as well, can't afford it.
Yeah.
So these are some of probably the fundamental issues that you're referring
100%.
to.
And even in schools as well. So Viola and Co, we're also setting up a content creation space because I'm in the creative technology sector as well. And our aim is to sort of democratize access to digital tools and services in order to revolutionize how people are equipped with skill sets, so software and hardware.
Okay.
So, for example, to build a proper system like that can render the level of creation that Ferdinand is working on is like you're looking at least $10,000-$12,000, right, for one system, if not more, depending on your configuration. Now turn that into naira. Which young person can afford it? So I feel like if we want to actually like make a change in Africa, we have to look at specific sectors and provide the tools that those sectors need to sort of propel and grow. I don't know if that answers your question.
It does. And I think hopefully Tyrone can help us a bit here because you're based in the UK, but you've been able to tell stories of African descent, like the one you're working on right now, The Flash of the Spirit, which is rooted in a decade of African history. So, as you develop this, how do we build production studios in Nigeria that mirror successes of the standards of the UK, but ensure that with the African creators?
Difference between the diaspora and all of our family. Think when you're in African context, you grow up on a farm. The idea of asset is very simple. But when you're in the diaspora, it's not the same case anymore. People that come from the diaspora, at least my family, myself even, right? People who've lived for generations in the diaspora, they come practically with nothing, right? Other than their name, maybe, a skill set that they have, and maybe some income, some money that they saved before they came. But the key interesting thing here is that they've understood that the asset of being African is not something that is physical, which is, I think, a great trauma that we carry since the days of colonialism. Colonialism has put us in a position where we were stood at the center of the world, and we're because we have physical resources that nobody else has. We have diamonds, we have gold, we have whatnot. This became the core of our exploitation. But it actually distracted us from the role that Africa has always had in the world, was that of narrative making, right? And I think this is something that the diaspora understands very, very well. The diaspora, I mean, look at the stories that move people every single day. Look at how many people are telling stories that are originated in an African and a Black experience, but they don't share that experience, right? How many people say, you ask someone a question, who's the most ambitious person you've ever heard about? They say, Muhammad Ali, for instance, right? He's an African. Do you see what I'm saying? The greatest asset that we have is not our body, it's not the physicality, it's not the materiality that surrounds us. The greatest asset of the African has always been his spirit. Hence the title, The Flash of the Spirit, right? The Flash of the Spirit is a very interesting book. It's a book, you guys, the audience, Jean-Michel Basquiat, right? The, New York painter and whatnot. Again, diaspora background. So one of his family members is Dominican, the other is Puerto Rican. He's fully African, right? But the book that allowed him to weave into all of his paintings deep, very deep symbolism from African culture was titled The Flash of the Spirit. And it identified exactly that everything the African continent has in common, the narrative that the African continent provides to the world is that of the spirit. It's that of enlivening things. And this is what the diaspora understands. And what I think we have to understand as well when we're talking about how to improve the situation back at home.
Thank you. That was quite an in-depth answer. Thank you. I'm coming back to Nicole on this Nigerian writers thing because your role is so important. But as I said, sometimes it gets unnoticed because of all the other noise around. I think today I spoke about the box office. Once a producer, has their executive producer has a movie and it's reached like 200 million, they're making noise, but at the end of the day, you've already, kind of waved your rights away. So what can we do about that? Because again, it goes back to structure and knowledge and education, right? So what can we do in the sense of legal framework for writers?
I think that's a great question. I think the moment you mentioned systems and structures, because it starts from the foundation. So in the West, like for instance, residuals that exists if you license or redistribute or rebroadcast a piece of content, then the writer gets paid. Not because they're generous, but that's because the system is in place. But Hollywood doesn't have that system. I was thinking about this earlier today, and I think it has something to do with how Nollywood started. It was more about output and visibility, and it was like about speed. It wasn't about tracking long-term data. So you need to be able to have those systems in place. We do have a guild. However, I don't know how many writers are on the guild, and I don't know how effective the guild is. But we do need some kind of regulatory bodies that are protecting writers. There's a lot of conversations that happen with platforms and individuals that shouldn't happen. A large streamer shouldn't be approaching a young writer,
Right.
and having conversations because you're going to negotiate badly.
Yeah.
So you should be in the room with people who understand intellectual property, people who understand how to get you a good deal. So I do think we do have platforms like the Film Festival AFRIF. They have amazing panels and they always invite people from CAA or
Yeah.
bigger United Talent and stuff. And people are starting to understand the difference between having an agent versus having a manager. And having a manager will then enable you to understand how to have those bigger conversations. You shouldn't be on your own. And a lot of creatives are on their own. So I would say we need to build that system, and it takes more than the creative to do that. There are bodies that need to be in place. But just on a autonomy level, I do think that you have to understand as a creative what you hold. Michaela Cole, British Ghanaian writer, she famously declined a $1 million deal from Netflix to buy her script. And everybody was like, what?
Yeah.
But she understood what she was holding, and she eventually had an amazing deal with HBO and was able to retain her IP. I think that is an amazing story of, being confident about what you hold. But at the same time, we have to be realistic, right? Most writers in Nigeria are underpaid. You can't tell me, even me, if you offer me $1 million,
yourself.
you just have to be honest, right? But I think it starts with funding, paying writers better, having that kind of longevity, and trying to negotiate a back end so that you feel like you have something to hold on to.
So what would make banks comfortable lending money to creatives? Because there's some policies, well, not a lot, but there are some policies in place. What do you think we need to put in place for banks and other and people, investors, private sector? What do we think we need to do as creatives outside the structure that we've spoken about? Because we've spoken about
Yeah.
infrastructure.
I think there are opportunities. I do think there's a lack of trust between the average creative and, for instance, the government. Like somebody in the creative economy was telling me that nobody's applying to this fund. There is a fund, and nobody's applying because we just assume that Nigeria is going to give us money. No?
Yeah, but I think maybe that's why people aren't applying as well. We're gonna stick for another day.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, but it's
Yeah.
true. They're also going after these funds as well.
And I think also there's value of working together, right?
Yes,
So a lot of us are
collaboration.
working in silos. And I know Freddie has tried to work with me. I'm sure he's giving me side tried to work with me for a while, and I think like you're a filmmaker, you're a writer, we need to come together and have larger conversations. That way, if we come as a collective and we're going to investors, then we come from a stronger place. And, then I think investors will be more comfortable.
Absolutely. I think there's any role that government needs to play in terms of IP because it's great now that we have better laws in place for piracy because that was a really big issue in Nollywood and music where people just really could get your IP and just do anything with it. Do you think there's still more things, policies that government could put in place to help creatives protect their work?
I think that the government is doing quite a bit now. There have been some IP policy. I mean, there is something around co-production now. There are, again, recognizing IP is one thing. Recognizing IP as something that can be collateralized is an entirely different ballgame. So our problem is not so much about passing IP laws, is that your financing institutions are yet to accept IP as bankable. You have to collateralize it with some kind of asset. So you get into that point where there's a bank, you have to get a bank guarantee to do that. But what is an IP and what makes an IP valid is the important aspect. And I think an IP isn't just about a character or an asset, it's about the myth, it's about the meaning, it's about the depth of the story. And I really think that when I spoke earlier about colonizing our minds, I wasn't really talking about colonialism as whiteness. I was talking about colonialism as a hangover, post-colonial hangover, where years after we continue to look at ourselves and undermine our story, continue to undermine what makes us authentic, and we will need validation from somewhere else to tell us this is good. So every time I tell creators, I ask my question: what can you create if Africa was never colonized? What type of stories can we tell if we dive back into 1,000 years? You find civilizations, you find empires and emperors, you find like legends, mythology, folktales, and fairy tales that can rival Game of Thrones. So the idea is that our stories are raw material, but we need to approach it from a place of power. You need to step into that story and be able to share it from that authenticity. And I think that's what would break it. IPs have to be built. It's not just about a piece of content. You have to build community. You have to build character. You have to build meaning, right? And I think when you globalize your IP, your trademarks, register it. Don't just say I wrote it first. If you wrote it first, whoever gets registered, you own it. Right. The one thing I want to add, I work with Kelo, and in the contracts we have with writers in our studio, we have a back end. I think that every creator and producer must understand that it takes a community to make something work. And I really think even all the artists in our studio, they still get a back end. And we just have to imagine a more conscious way of doing business that distributes wealth across people, right? It doesn't just help if people spend their life. Every time we're raising money to fix the health of an actor, it's so common to fundraise. And it makes us ashamed if we're in the industry. I really think that if at the end of 20, 30 years of doing Nollywood, they don't have any insurance, they have nothing to fall back to, the model is broken. We need new models.
Yeah, absolutely. I thought, Omami, you were agreeing. Did you want to add anything?
No, 100%. I mean, uh, Freddie and Nicole are in the industry, so they know growing pains. Obviously, they've been through it. So I totally agree with everything. The stronger point from Nicole is as a collective. Even with Nigeria House Davos, I'll use this opportunity to thank all my team members. You know, so whenever anyone says to me, "Congratulations," I'm like, "Congratulations to you too," because the win is not just me; it's all of us. Because I mean, we have a space on the world stage where we're currently deliberating. And the thing is, we understand that this initiative is fully backed by our government. So what that means is that they're going to watch everything that's happening here. They're going to look at the dialogues, and we're going to make sure that's happening to see how they can support more to sort of push, make sure things work out. And we're not just coming here to just sit down and hold microphones and talk, 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 talk. After now, we want to go into execution. We want to be impactful because if we're doing all of this and we're not able to say, okay, after this is, we were able to do this, do that, and sign this deal, like what's the point? You know. So yeah, as a collective is very strong because everybody brings their energy to the table, and then you can if there's a merger and acquisition, right? I'm not really a finance person, but I know that, and if you really, really check, all the big guys at the top, that's what they're doing on this promenade and in the Congress. Technical partnerships, uh, funding, investments, because all hands are not equal. Some people have the brains, some people have the tenacity for execution, some people have the funds, you know, some people have the creativity, some people have the gift of the gap, some people have the resilience. So yeah, I think I feel like as Africans, even Nigerians, I feel like we're individually rich, but we're not collectively as rich or as strong. So we need to start reworking our minds more collaborative and more open to partnerships and working together.
What would you say success looks like from all of your standpoints? Would it be jobs created, exports, and IP retained? I'd like to know from everybody what does success is it collaboration? What does success really look like in the creative?
I'll say so. Company backed essentially by African base in terms of investors, and in such a way that the wealth can also trickle down. And my plan, I just want to get ready for IPO in the next 5 years. Nobody should tell me if it's right or wrong. Please, I just love it. Right? And I think it gives me this aspirational goal to increase your quality of structure, to upskill your ability to do that. Collaboration is also important. I have a story I've been trying to pitch for you, right? And I heard the story today. I'm like, we're on it. Even before, someone just told me, listen to it, right? And I was like, I even told him this Davos house was waiting for us, right? Yeah. So at the end of the here it's community and seen as collectively elevate ourselves. I've known Mom since I was in century. So I was happy to see that she's here because she used to do some creative stuff that year, right? I've known
that year.
Yeah. I've known Nico like since COVID, right? I even had her teach some one class, one time or writing, right? I've known Benny was my classmate from LBS.
Yeah, where did you say you met? Because he knows everybody from back in the days.
But my point
before we made it.
The point again is that it's a journey, and like Zin and I have been friends for 50 years. But my point is rooting for each other. Like
Yeah,
showing up for each
absolutely.
other is how we get ahead.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Nicole?
Um, I think success for me, there's somebody here that always makes a joke that I don't like money. Um,
I'm sure I know who that is.
and I think because this answer isn't money related.
Passion. It's passion.
Passion. I think
True
success for
creative.
me is dignity, human dignity. I think that's what stories ignite. I think if the average Nigerian watches something that makes him or her believe that they can be bigger than their reality, that allows them to dream, I think that is success.
Yeah, absolutely. And Tyrone, did you want to add to that?
I think success is what success looks like. I think is this the magical thing of you recognize each other, right? When you've been working at something, you've been toiling together, and you've come to the exact same conclusion. That more than just one person, people, three people, four people, a whole community of people that then grows into a whole culture of people. I think that's what success means. When suddenly you look back and you realize how long you've traveled, how long, how long the journey was, how much you've left behind, just the distance, the magnitude. That's what success means. And I think that there's been a lot of episodes like that in history where a people. I mean, you were mentioning the Harlem Renaissance, for instance, right? People didn't realize when they were in it, they didn't realize that they would be
Yeah.
successful. They realized afterwards, but they left a legacy for their offspring, for anyone across the world that made them think, "Wow, what the hell? What the hell happened there?" That's success to me, and I think that's what we have to reproduce as well. And I think that's what the purpose, I guess, of an institution like this is as well, right? That we come in here, that we get to discuss things, that we realize we have so much more in common than we believe, that we've had the exact same experiences, the exact same story, and that now our story can turn into a myth. That's what success means.
Yeah, very powerful. This has been an amazing panel. I'm sure the audience, you have questions. I'm gonna have the mic going around. Oh, please, I'd like to recognize one of Nollywood. Can I call you? Please, can I call you? You're a legend to me because I used to watch you. Ju- Julia Ibrahim is in the building. I'm sure you have watched her on Nollywood shows on YouTube, local television as well. So, do we have a question? I think I saw a hand up. Yes. Okay. Oh, we have a couple of questions.
Value name. I'm from Cameroon, and I would like to say congratulations to all of you. The WEF has been going on for so many years, and it's taken this generation to make a change. This is success to me. This is legacy. Well done on you. And as you start in Davos, take it back to Africa and all over.
Yes, thank you. That's it. Our collectiveness. It's been a collective work. Yeah.
Thank you very much for the presentation. It's really, really encouraging as well. I'm Ludovic Claude from Cameroon as well. My question is, it's almost like entrepreneurship things as well, what you're doing. So is it a way to structure the funding side, or at least the journey, to match that journey as well? I like the diaspora, I like the local funding as well. Is there a way to make it like you have like fund for innovations in terms of film, anything else cultural, in order to empower not only Nigeria or Cameroon, but across Africa? Innovative finance for film or culture.
Would you like to take that?
Right?
Yeah. Oh, so your mic go up.
Is that what you said? Innovative. Yeah. I mean, that's a really good one. So what exactly um
Freddie,
yeah.
Nicole.
Yeah, please.
Okay.
If you
Okay,
can.
just
Because
maybe-
I really want to answer that question properly.
For me, for example, I'm building a startup in water, right, for West Africa, starting in Cote d'Ivoire. So that is kind of like, water should be free, but if it's free, it's not sustainable. So we have to find a way, an innovative finance side, so it could be blended finance or maybe water impact bond to make it scalable, right? So you have to, it's a partnership, a sudden change. You have different players in the space that can work together, could be local authorities, it could be the bank, it could be the diaspora, so maybe diaspora bond or something like that, but for culture. So you apply that to finance or to film or culture. So what can be done or experimented, at least to de-risk such project, so that you can attract more to catalyze the fund.
All right, so I think that what we've also been experiencing is that we need a different type of capital formation because currently the optics is if you go to a typical VC firm that funds fintech, it's not the same model. So there is a cocktail. A lot of developmental funds exist, but they are few and far between and it's highly competitive, right? But I do know that part of this conversation is a new type of fund that will be like a catalyst fund, and that will be patient enough and focus more not just on developing a part of the value chain, but maybe critical aspects of the value chain so the ecosystem can deliver value. As you can say where they are. It's something that I think we're all trying to identify. But one of the things that gives studio is that when we my company to the US, we incorporated and registered all our IPs. We did a ton and we did some fundraising. So I'm very intentional about milestones because even if they don't invest today, they will invest along the line, right? And initially I used to be very heady with if you want to check story, I'll not take your money, and then I'll need your money, and you not give me your money. Like it wasn't just working. So now I'm a little disconnected. Like I don't fight too much about changing anything. I just want to keep my eyes on the outcomes, right? Somebody met me and said he actually gave me his number that please when Jollof comes, send me a message to come. And then I realized he actually came for Jollof and stayed for the talk. So at the end of the day, guys, Jollof is also telling us that we are on Renaissance. When people love the things you love, and Renaissance is there. But my plan is taking Jollof into an IP, creating a story about how our Jollof is beating. Like it's just winning the day. But my point is make it fun. The point is if we don't do someone else will throw it. You understand? So Afrobeat is there. We're doing an Afrobeat project with Davido. Because somebody has to tell the story, right? And we have to convince everybody else, and he loved it. So if you don't export an IP, you'll not unlock the value. So the things I love, even 30 December is telling us in the Renaissance, like the traffic that comes to Lagos. So 30 December doesn't have to be a month in a year. It should be every year, every day. Like people should be 30 every day. Like you can eat in restaurants, like you can eat in restaurants, you can buy merch. So the first time they came, there were no merch. People just attended concerts. This year there were events. People were eating in restaurants, people having different stuff. So we're catching on. And there was less traffic. You understand? So this year it gets bigger. So when you see 30 December, when you hear Jollof trending, when you hear Afrobeat, we are in the Renaissance, an African Renaissance. The point is we have to own the structures that deliver the value so we can trickle wealth for our community.
Yeah, 100%.
I think I have something to say. Just your question was about what are the models of funding that exist in the creative industry. I think a very underappreciated aspect of all of this is that the creative industry is not an industry separate from all the other ones.
Yeah.
And in fact, it's not true of any industry at all. The whole point of industry, of economy, is that it's one body. It has different parts. The creative part has an aspect to play as well. In the same way that, I don't know, your left foot, you might not use it that much. I don't know. You might not look at it. You might not even take your socks off like on a daily basis, but you're still using it to walk. You know, you need it as much as every single other limb. But the thing is that I think what people need to start looking into is how the creative industry is required to consolidate other industries, right? This is the way in which you see this in startup, for instance, right? Nowadays, it is impossible to launch a startup outside of pre-seed stage without making something like a promotional film, right? We're no longer in the age of advertisement. We're no longer in the age of short snippets of posters. We're in the age of narratives. This is what the creative industry is always about, and what the creative industry, what everyone requires from the creative industry. So this is the exact avenue in which these funding models have been explored.
I think we have another question. Two more questions.
So we have two questions. We have a comment to support something that was said, and then we'll move to the question.
Hi everyone, my name is Collins. What I want to add on the creative finance, I do creative finance. I finance creatives, right? You have your IP, you have your wonderful idea, right? But if is your idea are you documented? Are you organized? Nobody's going to give you their money without you having a proper documentation, right? You have the IP, but how is it cash flowing IP, right? So if Netflix wants to buy your movie and Netflix is giving you 100 million to do that movie. They might not give you that money immediately, but they say, we're going to give you. So for them to say they're going to give you a letter of intent, right? You can come to the bank and say, okay, I have a Netflix letter of intent for 100 million USD. Can I get a 60 million to back it up? The bank will give it to you. IFC has about 500 million funds for African creatives. But the thing is that most of the creatives, they think they just have the brain, they have everything. Yes, they are very smart, but you still need the nitty gritty. You still need to put your business together. You need to have a proper plan for you to get that fund. So if you don't have that plan, nobody's going to give you the money. Remember, this money are people money when you reinvest it, right? So it's not what do they call it? Yeah,
It's free.
so
It's not a grant.
it's not a grant. So if you want to get a creative fund, just get your documentation right, and the money will come. Just
Yeah,
thank you.
very good. I'm sorry, just to buttress Collins' point, very, very good point from a financing perspective. But before you get to that level, it takes a lot, and you must have a product. You cannot. I mean, Ferdinand just talked about jollof. This is a product. A creative person designed this packaging. If you didn't design the packaging, I probably won't know that it's called Party Jollof, pinning Party Jollof. A graphic designer had to work on this. This had to go through a series of probably approvals before it got here. And then, of course, you now look at the packaging, and of course, before you start to look at the content and the content. Now, this is a product and it is celebrity good. I use it all the time. My daughter loves it. You know. So I think for creatives, especially when you are at your pre-product, and when you're trying to get to your MVP, depends where you live, but truly depends where you live. But I think grants are actually better initially for creatives because what that does is that it allows you yes to
Yeah.
de-risk and it reduces the pressure. And like Ferdinand was saying earlier, creatives are very heady, very stubborn. It's my product. I want it like this. It has to be like that, but not necessarily. You now find that in the time when you're building the product, you start to understand what your customer or your end user actually needs, right? And then you now start to develop your UI, so your user UI UX, your user experience. Um, so yeah, so initially for a creative, I would definitely always advise try and look for grants or get funded by
Yeah,
family
that's
or
what we have to
friends.
do.
Try and build a product, build it to a point where you can actually scale it, right? And then when you're able to do that, then you can now start to position for financing and VCs. Nobody should be in a hurry to run to a VC. In fact, no business should be in a hurry to run to a VC too, as far as I'm concerned. You have to sort of build bootstrap, that's the word. Yes, bootstrap, incubate, collaborate, try and think outside the box, come up with initiatives like Nigeria House that one. Yeah, but yeah, so yeah, I mean, so I think for financing, because it's dicey, as a Christian, we don't want to get too roped into that, and then you now start to struggle, and then you are not creative anymore.
Yeah.
And then, of course, systems and processes are super important. I think we said something before, and it's like, but will they be able to get it? You have to
Yes,
always have
right.
your paperwork
Mhm.
in place. Make sure that all your things are done correctly, and just have a pace and create milestones.
Yeah.
Just work with that. That's my advice to creatives.
All right, thank
Thank
you.
you. You have another
Hi.
question?
One more question, right here at the back.
I'm just had a comment. My name is Gail Davis. I've been working in the creative field for, I'll just say, enough years. Okay. But I think we have to look at the culture. I've worked with a lot of Motown artists raised me. Okay. So I hear a lot, I got to get there. Artists are actually not heady, they're just creative. And so if you want to start out, you need to have a plan. That's not the way to go. Yeah. Barry White was one of my mentors, and that's not about name drop. It's believed in his own music. So that's number one. Number two, I teach AI as well, but I don't believe in AI with your art. But because if you want to do something, you can start as small as what Mr. Collins was saying. What is your artist plan? How much money do you need a month to live? How are you going to create that plan? What is it going to look like? Where you see yourself in 1 year, 3 years, and 5 years? Do you want to make this a full-time living? If you are in Africa, look at how you can reach out outside of Africa and share your music and so forth. You talk about Harlem Renaissance. I grew up in Harlem. So a renaissance is you being successful in what you believe your art is, and you can even start as small as doing small videos and charging people $1 to watch it, okay? Or whatever it is in Nigeria. But you can start there, and then you build your plan, your own business plan, and realize as an artist, you are a business. And you need to have the right people around you who are going to support you and allow you to have your creative process. So if you look at people like Nelly and Ashanti, they do their business well because they keep to themselves, they're quiet, they keep it in-house with a certain amount of people. Miss Douglas manages her own daughter, Ashanti, for the last several years, and she's very successful as a result. She owns a fintech company. That's public knowledge, but people don't know that. So know what you're building with your business and have something that's there that's sustainable, and don't have your head in 10 different directions before you start. And that's just a little bit. I'll just leave it there.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right.
And that was our last question for this evening. Please, a round of applause for our amazing panelists. We'll now be doing a photo op. Can we have members of the press so we can take pictures? Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Please put your hands together again for this wonderful session, ladies and gentlemen. So I guess when the panelist said that, somebody said to her, it's like, you don't like money. I think that person was right, because we're learning that you got to learn to walk with the holes in your shoes. So you got to put in the work, and the money doesn't come right away. It's a byproduct of good work. We thank you guys very much for this. Ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of today's session. I want to thank everybody for being a part of the Nigeria House Davos. I want to thank everybody that was a part of today's session. Again, we've agreed that the creative sector is one of the fastest growing service sectors out of Nigeria, out of Africa. And it's a pleasure that we've been able to see how we can make that even grow faster. We look into building the right atmosphere that is conducive for the growth of these things. We've come to the end of our panel sessions for today. The house would be closing shortly. We again want to thank everybody for being. We do have event later on tonight. I believe the link is on Luma. No? Okay, I've been told. Okay, well, sorry. So I hope the sold out includes some of you, and I hope some of you are sold into the sold out already. But I really want to thank you for being a great audience. I want to thank you for being a participating audience. We're happy we have you. Enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you. Bye from the Nigerian House of Davos.